Okay, recording is on.
Alright. First thing in the morning, Darcy is gonna get dressed. Him and Ozen were in separate rooms, so nothing weird happened last night. And he's just gonna go downstairs and start getting a simple breakfast together.
Effie, who is always typically the first one up in order to go peeping on everyone. I'll say, yeah, since she had another nice conversation the night before, she got plenty of rest and was able to wake up super early, and she's probably, after checking in on the others upstairs, will eventually make her way down.
So you come down and you see Darcy, I'll assume sitting at a table, Darcy?
Yep.
Yeah, so it's Darcy sitting at a table having a breakfast as you wander down. I'll assume you catch her eye. What are you doing?
I'll just pull up a chair.
She was about to make a break for the food, but she pauses and looks at Darcy and...
Do I see her go look at the food? Does she actually physically look?
Well, that's what she looked when she came down until you made your presence known.
I'll just push in the chair and just kind of lazily hand gesture for you to go to the food. Just gonna wait. Go get your breakfast.
Effie gives a suspicious stare for a moment, and then will slowly walk towards where the food is.
The waiter comes up and goes, "Yes, man, may I help you? And what would you care for today's breakfast?"
Oh, whatever your sweetest food is.
Well, we have a delicious chocolate and strawberry crepe with whipped cream and a blueberry compo.
With this bright smile, she was just like, I don't know what any of that is, but it sounds wonderful.
Very well. We also have a delicious Marcellian French toast with a brown sugar and banana stuffing made with cream cheese and...
I will have all of it.
Very good. Turns to the back. Francois, diabetes on a plate, please.
That is a good call out.
I only say it because we actually have that at my restaurant and we call it diabetes on a plate.
Effie will stand there, hands folded in front of her, just staring at the server person until the food eventually comes out.
So he brings up this giant plate with this big, huge, stuffed French toast and this chocolate strawberry crepe smothered in a blueberry thick syrup with little blueberries on top.
She recognizes some of the stuff, but a lot of it she doesn't know what it is, and is excited to try as she walks over to Darcy's table carrying the pile of food.
As you
Alright,
walk
now that
over,
she's coming my way with food, I pull open pull up the chair.
Effie will set down her food, look at Darcy for a moment, and insight check to see if he's up to no good.
can't roll me an insight check. 21! Darcy, are you up to no good?
No, actually, he's not even drinking right now. He's got a glass of water, some light fruit, and maybe a piece of toast in front of him.
She'll scoot for a second longer, then take her seat and start nibbling on the sweet.
It's delicious and sweet with a hint of cinnamon. Darcy, just watch her devour this massive plate of sweet breakfast.
No, she's more than welcome to.
Are you just gonna sit there and watch her eat?
No, I'm eating too.
Your dry toast.
I sent in some light fruit and some water. This is very awkward.
Pair of you just look at each other, continue eating your breakfast, like a big stare off.
No, Effie is just focused on her food after that insight check.
Go. You know what? Just to make this interesting, I want you to just make me a will save, just for shits and giggles at this point, Effie, to see whether you can restrain yourself from eating this dessert at like a rapid pace.
Oh, it's so delicious.
Yes.
Alright, what save?
Just a will save. Let's see how well your willpower is.
You mean wisdom?
Wisdom save.
You're thinking like 4th edition.
Yeah, I know. It's a it's a 3rd edition.
Nat 20.
Okay, you are able to eat quite elegantly for the first time in a long time, as you savor the food for the first time ever, learning that patience is a virtue and savoring things are better than just scarfing them down. As it almost melts in your mouth with each bite.
Darcy is somewhat impressed. He's not showing it, but he is impressed.
I love how you rolled an 18 and a 20 on the most useless fucking...
Right?
Welcome to my world. This is like getting a natural 20 on sex. But goddamn, was it funny.
Alright, I should heal myself. So, Effie is just eating.
Once Darcy probably finishes before her, he'll take a sip of his water, and he'll look at her, and I'll say, is that good?
Blinks. It's just like,
Are you attempting the small talk with me?
Aye.
Why?
Well, you sound like you had some things to say yesterday, but you seemed rather upset then. And, like I asked you to talk about it in the morning instead. And here we are.
I said everything that I wanted to say.
Alright, out of character, you gotta help me out a little bit here. I was horribly sleep deprived for that game.
She said you were a selfish ass, more or less.
with the what was it? Complex?
A hero complex with self-egotism that only cared about yourself and not other people's emotions or feelings.
So long as you looked cool.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Well, you sounded like you had more to say.
Oh no, I believe I said everything on my mind at the moment.
Alright. So. I, as a person, don't know where to go from here.
You said you wanted to have a talk with her about something.
I did, but I don't know how to start it.
Well, just to move things along, and maybe this will help the conversation, one of the elf maids comes up to Effie and goes, "Hello, would you like something to drink with all your food?"
Oh, what do you offer?
Well, we have a selection of various types of fruit juices.
Oh, actually, I would love to try this. What was the name? Hot chocolate?
Oh, we do have a wonderful hot chocolate. We have a dark, light, mixed, this world's equivalent of Swedish. Which...
Well, surprise me, so long as it's not dark.
Well, I think... You know what? I think we have the perfect thing. The gnomes have a delicious one. She wanders off for a few minutes and leave you two in silent for a couple moments.
Effie smiles as she walks away, smiles over at the woman as she walks away, and then turns her attention back to her plate.
So you called me selfish.
Mm-hmm.
What makes you say that?
Oh dear, where do I start?
Taps her chin, looking up at the ceiling thoughtfully.
there have been many instances where you prioritized your ego over others' feelings. I think my outburst last night was the most recent example of wanting this,
Puts up air quotes.
surprise.
Can you say that last part again? You got out there.
Surprise.
Oh, that. No, honestly, it's just I don't get to give people many gifts. I want to give one for once. A gift's no fun if you don't make it a surprise.
There is a time and place for giving gifts. In a scenario where someone is threatening to take your life, surprises typically aren't the best way to go.
Now that, I wasn't worried about that.
And on top of that, you were talking about a subject she was clearly very sensitive about, and refusing to give her information was just cruel.
Admittedly. To be fair though, I'm not exactly well versed when it comes to situations like that. I tend mostly to keep to myself.
You don't say.
She puts a hand to her mouth with a very exaggerated surprise face.
Aha, very funny. No. Listen, I travel a lot. And I go from place to place. And I don't typically keep company very often. But when I move from place to place, you forget how to really interact with people sometimes. At least when it comes to their personal matters, because you never really get that far with a lot of people. Especially in my line of work.
You know, I might have actually taken that excuse if not for the fact the only person I ever interacted with before meeting you all was my grandfather.
And why is that?
I have even less experience than you do with proper communication with people, and yet you still seem so much worse.
Hey, it's not a skill everyone has.
It's not so much a skill, it is more just being aware of others.
Alright then. Then tell me. And Darcy will actually just sit forward. How can I be more aware? I'm asking this legitimately. I know I'm not great with people. So, tell me, how can I be better?
She tilts her head for a moment thoughtfully and then brightens up again.
It is not exactly something I can teach. I typically just say things and do things as I see fit. And usually when I do these things as I see fit, the first thing I take into consideration is the other person's feelings.
Okay. Thank you for that insight. Now, I am curious. What are your plans from here on out? You're in a new place. Doesn't really seem like you got really a good way to head back home, at least not without trudging through a war zone. What are your plans?
Well, originally I did not have any plans, but now it was requested of me to tag along with Ozin.
Really? Well, Well, I don't know what he's decided at this moment, but I did offer Ozan a chance to join me in my cause, to introduce him to some people, and to introduce him to a way to do good in the world. And you can just see Darcy now just kind of looking at you very intently, just kind of like looking up and down. So if you follow him and he follows me, or at least walks with me, that means you're stuck with me for a little while.
Oh, yes. He's already asked if I would be alright with that. And I already gave him a response.
And
And I told him that despite how much I dislike you, I like him more than I dislike you. So I'm willing to go.
that's fair. But, and Darcy will now really lean onto the table and say, if you're walking alongside me, I need to know that you can keep a secret.
Well, that depends on the secret. And
Would
she
you
was telling me.
Would you like to carry this conversation upstairs, in one of our rooms?
Oh, very well. But it'd be rude to leave the table without my drink, so I will wait for.
Fair enough. And Darcy will just sit back in his chair.
It's about that time you see the elf waitress come back with like this big, large mug of hot chocolate, kind of like a whipped cream and a cherry on top.
Oh, why, thank you. This looks lovely.
I hope you enjoy it. It's gnomish hot chocolate with hints of sweet caramel and a bit of whipped cream and cherry. The head servers said you might appreciate the extra sweetness of it.
Oh, yes, thank you. Might I be allowed to bring this upstairs?
Of course, just bring the mug back down when you're finished, please.
Okay, thank you so very much. And also, you have a very lovely smile.
Hi, thank you. You do too, I must say.
Effie will give her a sweet little smile and sip her mug and look at Darcy and say,
All right, off we go.
Yeah, right. And Darcy will just leave a gold piece on the table and just say, don't forget to pick up your tip.
Well, thank you.
And Darcy will start heading upstairs.
Effie will follow, sipping at her cup.
You guys head upstairs. Head into one of the two rooms. I don't suppose it really matters which one you head into. If Ozan is sleeping in Darcy's room, then I guess you're going to Effie's room, but...
Oh no, we had separate rooms.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so you guys head into either room, and you guys sit down there, like, you know, you had been there before, like, luxuriously, like, silken pillow and sheet beds, and little peppermint, little sprays. Room smells sweet and flowery everywhere.
Whose room?
Everybody's. But it doesn't matter which one you went into, but unless you went to Effie's room, and then you see a spider web in the corner.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna ask if we could go to my room.
Okay, well, so you guys
All
go you go to Darcy's room then, and that's what you see. This very nice and pristine 5-star hotel-like hotel room.
I will say you do see one more thing though, like on like the nightstand, you do see a pendant just laid across it very neatly.
Okay.
Darcy will close the door. Make yourself comfortable.
Effie looks around the room and set down the cup of cocoa and start webbing up a corner of his room. Once that's finished, she'll settle on it and rest.
I gotta ask, how comfortable is that?
Oh, it is very comfortable. A little sticky, but it is comfortable.
The moment you say sticky, Darcy just kind of like rubs his beard and hair a little bit. Alright then. So, I'm sure you've noticed. As far as you've noticed, you've probably noticed that I've have a bit more of a interesting career path.
Sips mug.
I'm part. And he does make sure that no one is like listening. Like he just kind of like puts his ear against the door and stuff before he actually starts talking.
Sure, roll me a
no one's
perception check.
Oh no.
As far as
that's-
you're aware, nobody's listening.
Oh, you have it on GM later.
Yeah, yeah. I
You rolled a
accidentally-
13, not like it's important, but
Oh, got it.
Listen, Loss. And this needs to stay very quiet for safety, for not only my safety, which I'm sure you care very little about, but also for the safety of a lot of innocent people. I am part of an organization that specializes in doing good when the law does not normally permit such actions. Some call us troublemakers, others call us vigilantes. Me, well, we're shepherds. And that's what I'm asking.
What exactly are these good?
Well, we protect people, first off. Whenever we see someone getting hurt unfairly, as in a crime or something of that, we'll step in. We will stop. If we see things that are very wrong, such as slavery, we tend to find ways to unbind those unjustly bound and present freedom to them. We often fight against those who would use their power to unjust means, and we often look out for those who can't necessarily protect themselves. And we do this in a way that the law does not normally permit. Sometimes we steal important documents. Obviously, if we're freeing slaves, they're technically considered someone's property, so we do steal that technically. And we do, but I will tell you this, we do not kill.
And why is that?
Simply put, life has value. And it'd be an incredible tragedy if we took a life without reason. It's one of the reasons that we also... You are aware of the wars that are waged against the other nations, correct?
Yes.
Well, one of the missions we tend to go on is going to the borders where the warring zones are the worst, and we move civilians out of the way if they happen to get caught in the crossfire. The Agents of War don't necessarily distinguish between soldiers and innocents. So we go in there and spearhead people out as quickly as possible, and as many as we can.
All right. And I assume you are telling me this because this is where you plan on taking Ozan.
Aye. He seemed interested in the proposition I gave him. I'm not going to force it upon him, nor ye. But that's the life I've led. And in it, I've seen tragedies of many. I've been alone a long time, and I've seen a lot of good people get hurt or worse. And as Darcy is like saying this, you can kind of see like that normal like confident smirk and stance just kind of melt away a bit, just fade. Yeah. And you can just kind of see him like looking at the floor a bit.
From what you can tell, Effie's expression is still the neutral it's been since they went upstairs as she set her mug. Hello. And kind of just studying him over the remote.
I can't say necessarily that. Listen, I'm sorry if I'm not exactly great with people, but I'm a little scarred by the world. And Darcy will just kind of lift up his shirt a little bit just to show a plethora of scars like across his abdomen. A bit. You probably saw this in the bath, but I've seen a lot of battles. I've seen a lot of people get hurt, and I've seen a lot of people I just couldn't save. And that include... No. It doesn't matter. Yeah. It becomes hard to get attached to people when you know that there's a good chance that you're gonna have to either move on for their safety, because you know you can't necessarily bring them into it because you know they're not made for that sort of thing, or you know that your lifestyle is just gonna take you away, and if they come with you, maybe they can handle themselves, maybe they won't be able to. I only ask Ozin if he wants to join because he seems like he wants to do good in the world, and I'm not going to stop someone from pursuing that. But he knows that. But I'm going to make sure he knows the risk before he makes that choice. Because I can tell you they're not exactly peachy. If I'm caught for these crimes, especially some of the quote-unquote war crimes, as helping enemy civilians is not considered a great thing. I could face death. I could face a lot of things. Probably worse than death. But I do it all the same because I know it's the right thing to do. And one of the things I do to protect myself, and Darcy will go to his bag and he'll pull out the Ram's mask and just kind of toss it on the bed. I wear masks, both physical and not.
It seems that a number of us do.
Does she recognize it as the one from the alley, like when everyone first met Ozin?
I'd say it's pretty damn obvious, honestly, so yeah.
Got it.
I mean, not many people wear that sort of mask, so it kind of sticks out.
Effie finishes up her mug and sets it down again before settling back in her little seating space she set up. Looking at Darcy's.
By the way,
No.
Darcy's not making eye contact at this point. He's still kind of looking at the mask.
And why is it that you're telling me all of this?
Because if you're Because if you're walking the same path that I am, if you're walking the same path as I am, and you can see there is a shift in his demeanor as he's like talking now, you deserve to know the risks. You deserve to know that there's a good chance that a lot of your actions will not be able to be contributed to you, and that you've done a good job if you are never heard of.
So, those that join this are basically wiping themselves off the grid?
Yeah. While you are allowed to keep your name, if you so desire, you really don't want to leave without some form of protection. And he'll just kind of gesture to the mask. And our work consists of two sides. There's a shepherd, and I'll again gesture to the mask. The person who goes out and does the really dangerous things. And then there's, and I'll gesture to himself, just regular people who can move about and talk more freely with others. For example, member out of the Mercenaries Guild wanders into town, ask a few questions about a job he could be working on. No one bats an eye at that.
You see her gaze kind of drift to the wall for a moment. Again, kind of like gently resting her fingertips against her chin in thought. And she kind of mutters to herself something. And then turns her attention to Darcy again.
I have a question.
I may have an answer.
All of this,
She gestures to the mask and himself.
that you're speaking of, you mentioned before that this is probably where Ozen will be walking. And I wanted to ask, was this something you suggested or offered to him? Or is this something he approached you and asked himself?
A bit of both. We started talking, and one thing led to another, and I merely offered him the option. I did not ask. I just said the option was available because I knew he seemed like a good person who wanted to do good.
So you offered. Well, that makes things a little more complicated.
She kind of has like this befuzzled look on her expression for a moment, she thinks. And then it's just...
As I'm sure you are well aware, Ozen is very kind, and because he is very kind, he has trouble turning down those he cares for, which is why I'm a little concerned about all of this, because, well, while you might have seen it as a casual offer, there's the possibility he took it as more than that. And he would feel that if he turns you down, it would upset you.
No. I made a bit... Well, Darcy will kind of put his hand up. I made it very clear to him that whatever he chooses, I understand his choice. Listen, because I'm not gonna lie, this is a lifetime commitment. Once you're in this organization, you don't leave. And I told him that very frankly, and I told him I would not judge him one way or the other. It's not. I made sure he knew that I wasn't going to pressure him either way. And I'd be happy for him either way.
Well, you know, the funny thing with Ozen is that even if you say something like that clearly, he's proven to be the sort to overthink it anyway. And even though you offer an opening for him to say no, he might still find himself feeling bad about it. And there's nothing wrong with that. That is just the way he is. But it worries me a little, since he is clearly very torn on this decision, and I don't know if he's torn because he's not sure if he wants to go, or if he's torn because he doesn't think he could give an answer that might potentially upset you.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I was gonna ask him more about... I was gonna make sure he really understood what I was asking him and how I felt about it. It's a long trip ahead of us before we get back to where we need to go. So I was gonna make sure that whatever answer he gave me was one that he gave me, not what he thought he would think I want to hear. I promise you this, I don't want people entering this life willy-nilly. And he kind of gestures to himself. It's not always the best one. It has its ups. Some days are good days. Those are the days I drink water. But it has a lot of down days. And I'm telling you, I've seen some down days. I've lost a lot of people I cared about while doing this. It's a life that can be filled with some of the best moments in my life, but it's also been filled with some of the worst. But I've accepted that, and I'm gonna make sure that I know that he understands that before he makes his decision. I promise you that. You and I may have our differences, but we agree on one thing. We care for him. And...
Darcy, I don't mean to interrupt, but it's not so much the issue of making him understand its importance. It's more understanding that that's a great deal of pressure to put on a person, especially someone who you are very close to. Offering such a life-changing thing it's a lot. Which is why, well, as much as I dislike being around you, I understand that Ozen enjoys your company.
And you see her kind of fiddle her thumbs for a moment, looking down at it, kind of like a wistful look coming to her eyes before she gives her polite look at Darcy again. It's just like...
Which is why, rather than giving him an option of a firm yes or no, when the decision is such a large one, why don't you offer an alternative? Rather than offering him to go and join this group of yours, why don't you also offer just to travel around for a little as yourselves?
you know, that's not a bad idea. Alright, I'll bring that to his attention. I'll make sure he knows that's something we can do. And Darcy will just kind of shift his pose to a kind of more relaxed one. It's like, and kind of looks at you and just says, "Listen, I don't want to see him get hurt, but he seems like he wants to do something good, and I'm certainly telling him that whatever his choice, whether it's a yes, no, or somewhere in between, it's not gonna be his. It's not gonna hurt me. And between you and me, yeah, I'd be sad if he said no. Yeah. But I'd also be kind of happy because that means I don't have to worry about him getting involved in some of the things that I do.
Well, at the very least, there are other ways to do.
And she holds up her fingers for air quotes.
Good.
And then sets them back down again, folding them politely.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
If his main reason for going is because he wants to do good and make change, there are many ways of doing so. Ways that wouldn't affect his entire life.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing with you on that. But it's like I said, I could see him doing a lot of good things here, and that's why I offered. Because I think he has a particular skill set that could work well with us, and it may be a little selfish, but I do enjoy his company. Like I said, if he said no, I could find a good in that. If he said yes, I could find a good in that. I want him to make the decision for him, not me. And I will make sure he knows that. But, and that brings me back to you, if he does want to get involved, and he does make that choice, and you want to stick around us, would you be willing to make that choice as well? Would you be willing to risk it all to help people? To go into war zones, to look armies in the eyes, and to not only flee for your own life, but to flee for that of those you went there to help? Would you be willing to make enemies of nations simply so that real folk, real people who live their day-to-day lives can maybe live a little better? And could you do that without needing any affirmation, reward, or credit?
Oh, Darcy, I know you are trying to make it sound as if all these things are bad and stressful, but in comparison to how I was living before, that still sounds like a vacation. All of this, even the near-death experiences we've had, have all been like a vacation. So I'm not scared of any of that. I'm willing to go wherever Ozen wishes to go. He already asked me to come along with him, and wherever that path may be, I will follow, so long as it's not harming anyone.
Darcy kind of smiles a bit and says, I think you have the makings of a shepherd. Now, I know you and I aren't the best of friends, and I know a lot of things that I do probably doesn't sit well with you. And I am sorry about that. But I'm glad you at least told me. Though I prefer it in the form of more constructive criticism. I'm still getting used to working with people on the ground level, so to speak. You seem very nice. And I'm sorry if I'm not. All the time. I'm just... And he kind of looks over to the pendant. It's like... I can get a little focused on some things sometimes and get lost in thought and not pay attention to the world around me. I'm sorry about that.
Well, for now, apology is accepted.
Thank you. Who knows? Maybe one day, if you'd be willing, you could teach me a bit more about how to work with people. Maybe we'll be fast friends one day. And Darcy will kind of go over to the pendant and just pick it up and put it around his neck and tuck it underneath his shirt.
Well, as I mentioned before, I don't really think it is something that I can teach. I'm just myself, I suppose.
Effie? I like who you are. I really do.
So you have changed your mind?
Oh, I never thought you were a bad person, or that I didn't like you. I was just worried that you could get into trouble as you're not as well acquainted with some of the laws of these lands. Not gonna lie, you kind of scared me when you said you thought I was a bad person after you explained to us that you, quote unquote, kill bad people.
Her smile widens a little bit as she's just like,
Oh, that statement has not changed.
Yeah, that's the thing that makes me worry. Listen, like I said, I don't think you're a bad person or you need to change. And he looks over. I'm used to masks. And I'm sorry if I assume that's a standard. And he'll pick up the mask and put it in his bag. And sit down in the bed. You mentioned before you have a grandfather, yeah?
Yes.
What was he like? You didn't really tell me much about him.
She looks at the floor and her expression relaxes and softens immensely as she thinks about the question. It's just
He was... If it weren't for him, I'm sure I probably wouldn't be any more different from all the other monsters out from my home. He didn't talk much about himself or his past. He said that he didn't always do the right thing, but from the man that I saw, he was kind and thoughtful and raised me to believe that I was no different from him. And he was a human just like you.
Yeah, just like me. He sounds like a really great man. You're lucky to have family like that. Or to have had family like that.
Well, it's never too late to come across new family. I think of both Ozen and Audrey as family.
Yeah. I'm starting to understand that a bit too. I've definitely had companions, and I've definitely had people I've really liked. But it's been a while since I've had a family. And then I found another one. A lot smaller one, but I don't see him very often. But I like the idea of having one by my side more often. I think Miss Audrey is definitely a good person, and I like to spend more time with her. Obviously, you know I'm really fond of Ozen, as you seem to be, and hell, I'll even say Miss Miriam. Stone face and probably despises all of us, but I can definitely say you need someone to make a cynical joke, she's definitely there.
I rather like Mira. She's very honest.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice change of pace. For me, at least. Iffy. Like I said, I know you don't really like me. But I hope I can become part of your family one day. I feel like you and I have more in common, but we're focusing more on our differences at the moment.
And what do we have in common?
Well, I think we both understand the key principle that we're more or less put on this world to care for others. I think you do it more for their emotions, and I do it more for their physical being. And I think that if we're both caring for someone, they'll be pretty damn safe.
I suppose you are right.
So I have to ask, do you want to travel more, or were you ever hoping just to settle down somewhere?
Oh, I want to see the world. My grandfather always told me stories about all these different places he's visited. And while it was always really nice to hear those stories, I always wished to say them for myself. And, well, where I grew up, it was very small. For many, many years of my life, I was not allowed to leave the cave that I was raised in. And then once I was allowed to, it was just open to certain land. So seeing all these different things it's wonderful. And I would love to experience all the other new things this world has to offer.
I can actually relate to that a bit. I've traveled a fair bit, but before I did, I didn't really leave my home too much. I lived out of town and would probably go in maybe a couple times a year, only when we really needed things. My family lived on the near the shore. My father was a fisherman, and my mother would take care of the lighthouse about a mile up the beach. It was small and it was sometimes lonely, but it was quiet and it was nice while it lasted.
And they were your family.
Yeah, they were. They were. And you see, like, Darcy just kind of, like, looking down at the floor a little bit.
She does notice the usage of past tense, but decides not to comment on it, as she instead makes her way off her web to pick up her mug.
Pick up her what?
Pick up her mug.
Ah.
And look down at the empty bottom, then look over at him and say,
You know what I think would be a good idea is more hot chocolate. It is really delicious, actually. You should try some. Come along.
Darcy will look up, kind of give a smile. You know, that sounds really good. And he'll stand up and he'll start to follow.
okay. I think that was a good chat.
I love them. I love them. I love them. I love them. I love
It
them.
was
I
a
love them, I
very
love
good
them,
chat.
I love them. I love them.
Effie opens the door. Darcy's just gonna look at her and say, would you mind if we started over a bit? And I'll put out his hand.
She looks at it for a moment.
He smiles. Not a smirk, but a genuine smile.
There's like a beat of a pause of just silence for a moment, and then eventually her eyes meet his, and she...
Perhaps at another date. For now, to be quite frank, Darcy, I am still a little hesitant with you. Again, as I have said before, I don't think you're a bad person, but there are still some qualities I will need to observe before I can be willing to start over.
Alright, that's fair. Alright. Hot chocolate?
Yes.
Alright, first round's on me.
gives an excited little clap, a little tap of her feet, and then follow. Okay.
Okay, sorry about that.
It's all good. Got the... Did you stop the recording, Keith?
Stairs.
Okay,
Or
so,
they're
uh,
coming
Already
downstairs?
downstairs.
If you want, I'll set up the scene. Ozin, you're sitting down at a table eating whatever you wanted for breakfast at this 5-star establishment. Effie had diabetes on a plate earlier.
He didn't see that, though.
I know. But you come down and you watch as Effie and Darcy are walking downstairs side by side as you are sitting down having your morning breakfast.
Let's see. Reasonable things for a human being to think.
You don't see any blood, which is a good sign.
Yeah, that's great. But at the same time, Nah. I'd say he's probably like kind of tired enough to where he just kind of gives like a sleepy wave and kind of like a double take almost of just like, huh. Hey, the two of you.
Oi.
Morning.
Sleep well?
Oh, very well. How did you sleep?
Better, definitely. The beds here are a lot more comfy, that's for sure. And after everything, kind of just deflated in a way.
Life or death situations do that to you.
Yeah, it does. Sorry, you both look like you just got done with, I don't know. It's not too often. He's like trying to hint towards like the fact that you guys are actually around one another and not glaring. This is new stimuli for him, and he's confused but intrigued. So he's just kind of pointing between the both of you, like, huh?
We had a much needed talk.
All right, I won't push about it. Seems like everything went well, though, so that's good.
I like to think that it went well. You know, kind of look at Effie, kind of like looking for an opinion.
Just because she can, Effie just gives Ozen a smile where you can't tell what she's thinking.
Insight check.
Would Ozen recognize this smile?
I'd say Ozen would probably recognize it as her mischievous, I'm just doing this to fuck with.
Okay.
Insight check.
Yeah, Darcy, go ahead and roll me an insight.
A glint of understanding kind of appears in Ozen's eyes. He's just like, huh. Oh.
Well, with that, you can't insight squat. With a big whopping 5.
Perhaps Effie is actually still pissed with you.
For all you know, Effie's gonna eat you in your sleep tonight.
Wonderful.
Anyway. No, we just sat down and talked like adults.
Well, that's good.
Oh, yes, and, there was something that Darcy wanted to speak with you about. Isn't that correct, Darcy?
Aye.
You both scaring me. What's going on?
Lad, I need to ask you.
Yeah?
What do you want to do after this? I'm not asking what...
Here we
And don't... Listen. I know I've already talked to you about this, but I need to ask, what do you want to do after this? Not what you think I want you to do, but I want you to make that decision for yourself. I'm asking you something big here, and I'm asking you to do something that's fairly dangerous. I don't want you to be in it unless you're actually in it, because you're not going to be able to leave once you are.
Effie slowly opens her mouth, kind of glancing at Darcy and then giving Ozen a look like she's going to add on to that and says,
And let it be known that even if it is turned down, the offer still stands for later if you change your mind.
Of course. Of course.
At hearing that, he kind of perks up for a moment, and he's just... well... I mean... when... Jeez. This is a hard answer to...
You can take some time to think about it.
No, it's more so just like... I mean, when you had talked to me about what was going on and everything with your... And he kind of brings his voice lower, association and whatnot. I didn't lie to you. It sounded interesting. It sounded fitting to my current... not problem, but mindset, my current mindset. It's just that, well, Effie, would you like to do the honors of poking my arm?
If he walks around the table and pokes his arm.
Immediately, he like flinches and like brings his arm over to his hand and just like an.
Oh dear, what?
No, it's fine, It was simply an example. I am tired, sore, and quite still, in many ways and one, beaten up after everything that had gone down. And
and Darcy's hands will start to glow just a little bit, just a soft glow.
No, it's fine. I've personally saw to it. Apparently, while healing magic can do a lot of things, muscle fatigue is more chemical than magical.
All right.
But
Wait, were you doing push-ups?
No. After everything that had been going on, my flipping of swords and whatnot. Normally, that's the reason why I take a bath. It's to unwind, and I've gone multiple days swinging those damn things around, and it's taken quite a toll on me. What I'm trying to say is, I'm afraid I'm going to need several nights of good sleep before I even think about what may be going on. Effie was right when we had talked. Not all of this stuff has to pile on
Of course.
at once. So,
Breaks are very healthy.
Darcy will just kind of very lightly, to make sure he's not going to hurt you, just kind of put his hand very carefully on your shoulder to say, take your time.
Yeah. That being said, I'm not exactly in the mindset nor body set of performing, but and he kind of like stands up, dusts himself off kind of weakly as his arms still feel like jello to him. If you were all interested, maybe, we have this entire city. I've not really... I've been many places around here trying to look for answers, but I never actually experienced some of the things that were going on about it, and other places. I've been plenty of places, but, they were non-permanent. I feel like maybe you can relate to that in a way, Darcy.
A bit.
I think, for the meantime, I would like to relax a bit more, if that's okay.
Of course. I heard they've got some really exotic spices down at the market by the bazaar. We could go check that out.
Perhaps. I'm not exactly much of a cook or anything, but...
Well, I guess now's a fine turn to learn as any. What do you say, Effie? Want to go see what exotic spices they got down at the market?
She taps her chin thoughtfully. It's just like,
Doesn't that involve walking? I am a little uncertain about how relaxing works around these parts.
Well, as far as it goes, right now, I am a bit sore kind of everywhere, but, it's kind of a walk-off thing, but, he, kind of looks over towards Darcy for a moment, and, for a quick second, his eyes will kind of avert, and he just, shakes his head, and it's just... Yeah, maybe... Sorry, I shouldn't have said... I shouldn't have given you the go-ahead. I think that maybe... I think maybe something a little bit more stationary would be preferable.
Alright. Well, if you want to go anywhere but you don't want to walk, I can more than be happy to provide you a ride.
Right?
A ride? Here, come, I'll show you.
Okay.
And Darcy will...
are we going?
Oh, just outside the building. Just so he can see his options.
Well,
She glances at Ozen. Is just like,
Are you alright with that, or would you prefer us doing this tomorrow after you get more rest?
No. I think that would be fine. Him kind of just taking things by stride, so to speak.
Oh, I just got the most wonderful idea.
Hmm?
What's that?
Since you are rather tired, let's just...
he's going to.
Oh, no.
She's gonna lean
laugh is
over
not a
to
good
scoop
sign.
Ozen up.
Oh my fucking god.
Bridal carry.
Are you strong enough to pick him up?
Actually, a good question.
Let's see.
To be fair, Ozen may be very tall, but he's also not gaunt.
Effie's taller
He's not.
than
He's
him.
not a very. He's not a very heavy person, to be honest.
You are 6'1". You still have a weight to you.
Yeah, but I mean, even for 6'1", he's like maybe 170.
That's
I think,
really light for
Effie,
your
you are
size.
only capable of carrying 195 pounds, aren't you?
Oh, then I can carry him.
Yeah, but you're already at 77 pounds in your category. So
Wait,
you
are we
can only-
counting everything we're holding right now?
That's how weight works, Effie.
I know you.
I'm gonna
don't
say
think
I'm gonna
that
say it's all in her room right now because she's not gonna carry all this crap right now and relax.
Okay, fair enough. So you're not wearing your armor or anything. It's your armor that like puts you over the top. So if you had decided to put all your armor and everything away, then you would be light enough.
All right, she scoops Ozen up, bridal carry, and just starts walking towards the door. So it's like,
This way, you don't have to walk.
That's one way to do it.
he doesn't really have words. He's just like there's like 5 different voices that are trying to go through. It's like, this is fun. Put me down. What just happened? This is an interesting view. And then like also it's just like, really, right now?
By the way, at this point, as you're walking along the street, you are getting a ton of odd looks from people across the street.
Oh no, I just need him to be carried to the entrance.
Ah, okay, you're
Yeah.
still getting a lot of odd looks a lot of the waitresses are looking at you very funnily as you pick him up and just carry him off. It's like,
Effie?
Effie doesn't know social shame.
Oh no.
She
you just hear a snide comment in the back going, I wonder if that's lunch to go? Oh.
Effie, could you maybe place me back on the floor gently?
It's usually polite to ask before you start carrying people.
Oh, is it? Oh, my apologies. I thought it was a good idea.
the peppy, like, bright look from this sudden bright idea droops to, like, an apologetic, like, frown and sets him down carefully.
It's not a bad idea. It's just usually polite to ask first. That's all.
It wasn't bad. It was actually kind of fun, but preferably not while the entire street and road of people looking. And he kind of instinctually again is probably going to smile his way through as other people are kind of looking back at him, and he's just going to pretend like, haha, yeah, that was totally something that was supposed to happen.
She looks at all the people staring and then back at Ozen curiously. It's just like,
Is their staring meant to matter?
Maybe not to you, but for someone who has had people's eyes on them for the entire life. He says all this through closed teeth and a smile.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry.
Effie looks towards anyone who's looking their way and makes a shoo motion with her hand.
I love her.
Hey guys, literally anything else. And Darcy will just be like, so you want to see that option I was preparing for you?
Yeah. What was that exactly?
Well, and he kind of cracks his knuckles, loosens his shoulders, so you're like, alright, haven't got a chance to try this one yet. Rubs his hands together. Safe and easy travels. You just hear him whisper underneath his breath. As a camel just immediately starts materializing at the side of the building, so like not too many people are looking. Darcy's not doing this out in the middle of the street. He's kind of off to the side of the building.
Yeah, to
But
be
he will-
honest, you're in a high magic world. Someone summoning a mount out of thin air, probably not even close to the weirdest thing they would have seen. Most people would like, oh, well, that's neat, and keep walking.
Darcy doesn't like to make a big show.
Fair
Yeah.
enough.
If he
Looks like
looks
guys
at this
getting a phone
camel,
call.
if he looks at this camel, is just like,
Oh, is this food to go?
No. So, do you have what are known as steeds back where you're from?
Steel?
Steeds. So, work animals. Animals you don't eat, but animals that you put to work.
her brows furrow a little bit, tilting a little in genuine confusion.
So here up on the surface, we can put animals, bigger, larger animals, and I will gesture to the camel, to work. The work varies from creature to creature, but for say camels, and he'll just start pointing to the hump. Camels have a unique ability that allows them to survive long treks to the desert where there's not much water, but storing water in the big hump here, as he gestures to the hump. So, we and people who live up on the surface and in these areas will actually domesticate these animals so that we can breed them for certain uses, such as traveling great distances. So you can actually ride on top of one of these animals, and and you can actually direct them to walk you to places. Other animals are used for like farming, so like oxen can be used to like pull plows and stuff like that.
So you sit on it.
Aye.
Oh, that would be great then for Ozen.
Ozen is, while you guys were like talking about this stuff, Ozen was like kind of absent-mindedly patting the camel.
Oh, his name's Simon.
And you were able to do this for how long?
As of, and Darcy starts counting his fingers, about 6 hours ago.
Sorry, I just really like animals. So never.
Oh, I can make him into other things too. I can make him into a horse. I can make him into a pony, an elk, a mastiff.
Maybe for this climate,
Camel's probably the best.
Yeah, definitely. But he has like this kind of like renewed vigor in the form of like a twinkle in his eye as he kind of like looks towards this decently large beast.
I will say you can definitely tell there's probably a little tinge of green near the edges of its fur, like especially on that like how like camels have that like little goatee thing.
Yeah.
Like you see a little. If you're paying attention, you can probably see a little tinge of green there.
He'll like kind of play with it for a moment. It's just like, he's thoroughly examining this camel with the same vigor that like Audrey has towards books. Like he's just entranced.
Effie is delighted to see another human being who is as hyped over animals as she is.
Animals are great. His parents didn't let him have pets, so like this is great.
Aye, so, and you can just see Darcy kind of look at the camel, and it just sort of like bends so Ozen can get up on it. Your ride is awaiting if you so desire, or we can still stay in for the day. Your choice.
No, I mean, if you want to see through with it, I mean, by all means, we could. I don't want to maybe hold anyone back if I am to be kind of not crippled, but
No, you're perfectly fine. Listen, this is about you. You need to relax.
Well,
Time to take a me day. You've had a long couple of weeks, especially what you've been through.
well, we've all been through some things. I see no reason as to why you and Effie can't have a bit of a break too.
I'm always working. Don't worry about it.
And that's exactly why you should take a break.
Just being in this particular environment is a break.
Hey, sounds like it's rough where you come from.
Oh yes, you can't go anywhere without thinking everything is going to kill you.
She just says this with a bright smile on her face.
Well, I've been places like that. And they're exhausting. So, and Darcy will clap his hands. Where's that first? I was thinking we could head off to the soft paw pillow to, the old bar and apologize to Brew, kind of straighten that mess out.
I mean, on
Yeah,
the top
this
of
is
the
our-
list, in the top of the list and side of the morning, I would, if anything, to be honest, if you don't mind, I would actually probably like to just kind of soak in a bath.
Oh, another bath.
That
Yeah,
also
it's actually my most preferred, to be 100% honest. I just the warm water, hot water, frankly, can be scalding, and I'll still try to get inside of it.
you know what? That sounds just dandy. To the bathhouse, then.
Off we go.
Ozen just kind of gets man. Again, it's one of those like really kind of like cheery grins, much different than his show smile as his eyes kind of peel upwards and whatnot in the way, kind of in ear to ear. Like he's happy for two reasons: one, that you guys are getting along, and two, that things are kind of going the way that they were. It feels like things are returning to something relative to normal for the meantime. And yeah, no. He just kind of smiles at the both of you. It's just like, yeah, let's go then.
Aww.
That's nice.
To
To the bathhouse! We're at the bathhouse.
So, as you guys wander into the bathhouse, because I might as well get on the gags of this factor, since this has become a full session all of a sudden. Expect combat. You get mugged by 17!
Wait, I'm good with your boss!
It was all a
Just-
ploy.
No, it's just like, oh, she's old news. We're the new game in town.
Yeah,
They
she
call us
just
the
retired.
Blazing Elk.
You're fucked. You made the boss retire, so now we're gonna break your kneecaps.
Wait. That just means one of you got a chance for a promotion. Think about it. I did you a favor.
Break. So you guys, for fun, headed to the bathhouse. Well, but today, as it, bathhouse isn't always empty. For fun, you guys do enter the bathhouse this time and see what looks to be a familiar figure bathing in the bath by himself.
Is it Winchester?
You see a big, grumpy, red
Guy?
face grin you noticed once before, except Darcy. Darcy has no idea who this man is.
Yes.
Is this the one I tried to make friends with and he hated me?
Yes,
Yes!
this is the one you tried
Yeah!
to make friends with and he hated you.
That's
It's
great.
the bodyguard from Swiftclaw's estate on his day off.
Effie claps her hands and calls out to him and she's like,
Oh, well, isn't this a wonderful surprise?
Boys, the bath water's about to run red.
You just hear a voice look up and go, "Fuck me." As he just leans down and kind of drizzles his head under the water.
Friend of yours? Looks at Effie. Friend of yours?
Oh, yes, we got along wonderfully last time we met.
When Ozen
Oh.
sees him, he kind of freezes instead. While Effie seems so cheery, he's just like, oh no.
Leans over to Ozen, whispers in his ear, a friend or a friend?
You like your head where it is, right?
Okay, so friend.
Don't talk to him and you'll keep it like... Maybe.
While they're whispering, Effie waves her head. It's just like,
Your scales are looking wonderful today.
See bubbles popping up as his head's kind of under the water, just trying to not be intrusive. It seems he's a little more surly with you guys than normal today for some unknown reason.
Darcy will just make a duck out of ice, like a rubber ducky, but out of ice, and just very slowly push it his way. just so it floats very non-casually over his way.
It's like a weird way of poking the beast, like, except in the best way possible.
That's trying to be friendly.
So as you push over an ice sculpture rubber ducky at Thosk, Thosk looks over at the rubber ducky, just looks over at Darcy with these, like, death glare lizard eyes, takes the little ice rubber ducky in his palm, and just crushes it. And then looks
I make
over
another one, and just like, it's like, do you want another one?
Are you friends with these other two?
I look over.
Seem like it.
I look over. I'm like, I'd like to think we're friends, yeah. Yeah, and I'll push this next ice sculpture rubber ducky. Except this one has more of a. This one looks like it's like a rubber ducky, but like it's a dragon instead. Just pushes it that way.
It's like, oh my god, it's like a dragon head, but like a rubber duck body. Oh my god.
He looks over at you again with just death eyes. And he goes, as if you haven't embarrassed me enough.
I offer duckies to everyone, and I will make two more and just kind of push them off towards Oz and Effie.
Effie's doesn't pay much mind, swims on over to Thosk, and it's just like,
My apologies, I did not bring cake this time to share. But perhaps we will stumble across each other again and I can offer next time to make up for it.
Do you insist on embarrassing me further?
Embarrassing? I don't understand.
It is bad enough you did my job for me. Now you come here on my day off to embarrass me by handing me duckies and a false friendship.
Wait, what job? I'm sorry, we haven't been introduced. Darcy, wait, what job did they do for you? I'm sorry, I'm a little lost on context here.
I am the head of the Swithfalclaw family estate.
Oh, we found their daughter!
He looks at you very, very glaringly. I
I'm
figured you'd
taking
like
it.
that.
I'm taking it that's the job you're talking about, as Darcy just kind of takes a step back. Sorry about that, I guess. We were just kind of a happy coincidence of our investigation.
Oh, this has been
The
keeping
young
very...
mistress was very eager to sing your praises when she returned back to her father.
Ozen's has been keeping very quiet as he's still kind of spooked by this large lizard man.
But
Effie's still standing next to him.
just for fun,
Oh,
just
yeah,
roll me a
he's like-
perception check. I'll give you advantage for this because it's not that difficult. But she's right there.
Okay. Let's see. Perception. Jeez. Oh, well, that's great.
You know what? Even with an 8, I'll let you see. You just see out of the corner on that little stone pillar he's next to after you guys had started talking to him. Just underneath the water, claw marks dug out in the solid stone.
Oh, man. Ozen proceeds to distract himself by casting light on the area underneath him, and he just kind of plays around with
Light bulb.
yeah.
Oh, you can cast it on the ducky.
Oh, I'm doing it.
This little ducky poop brights up, Luckily, it's already bright in here, so it's not blinding by any means.
Yeah.
But you see a little rubber ducky floating in the water.
It's a nice blue light.
Yeah, Mr. Thosk. Thosk? Thosk? How do you...
Dusk.
Thosk. Tell you what, really sorry to be intruding on your territory. How about a couple weeks from now, I may be back in town. Why don't I get you a drink and make up for it?
Sure, roll me a persuasion check just to see how that goes over.
Sure.
Ozen tells Darcy specifically not to talk to him. Darcy.
Not bad.
He kind of looks you up and down and goes, maybe, but
Yeah,
no.
think on it. Think about it. We'll, yes or no, sometime later.
Excuse me if this seems a little forward, but you seem a little tense and frustrated. Why is that?
It was not exactly good for my job to have the young mistress disappear under my watch. It does worse for my reputation that your rat found her before I could.
Well, to be fair, it is not as if we actually found her ourselves. She came to us. That is not your fault.
And he kind of speaks from like the distance. Hi, not sure if you remember me, Ozen. Nice to meet you again.
I remember you.
He kind of like, what do you call it? Cringes at the sound of his voice. It's just like, oh man. Well, I mean, to be fair, even though Flower did end up missing, you also were responsible for the heads of the house and whatnot, and you made sure that absolutely nobody else got taken, so I would consider that a win. I know you don't see it that way, but I mean, you kept a lot of other people very safe, and I understand that that was one particular case, but that is one, and he'll kind of raise his hands above the water and put air quotes, failure, with multiple successes in the line.
That is true.
Hey, I mean, you're a busy guy. It happens.
He's just grinding his teeth at this point.
Ozen just like sinks into his neck in the water. It's just like, oh man.
I
Just
mean,
because
listen.
I actually have these pictures.
I just say to him, like, listen, I mean, listen, if you got told to do a million things, you can only do so many.
Because everybody has a rubber ducky.
To be quite honest, we were just very lucky. It could have been anyone, yourself included.
Evidence so. It is my responsibility. It is rather shameful that I was unable to protect the young mistress.
You put an awful lot on yourself. While I understand you must care very deeply for her and her safety, you are still just one person. You have your limitations just like everyone.
I couldn't imagine having to handle an entire manor like that, and then have to go out searching the entire city for one person.
It was difficult, yes.
I'm sure they probably didn't give you enough resources to actually, get everything you needed to get the job done.
As you
Have
say
you
that,
given-
he just glares back at Darcy. Are you saying that the mistress and master and mistress do not wish their daughter to be recovered with every resource they had?
No, I'm just saying that you just probably didn't have enough time to organize all of it. Just so much of it, you know?
I think what Darcy's trying
You
to
saying
say-
I am an incompetent leader of my men?
I'm
think
just saying everything happened so suddenly. It's like, you had, what, 3 days before
I think
she turned up?
that what
Like, that's
Effie
a
was
lot of
saying
places to look.
was very correct. You didn't really have. You put a lot of weight on yourself. A lot of it. Take it from somebody else who also considered themselves entitled to finding someone that was also very important to me. It's a lot of weight, a lot of stress, and it does some really bad things to your head. It has nothing to do with who you are as a person, but given some of the things that it can do to you, it can be really bad.
It is the responsibility of a captain to make sure that his charges are safe. I have been serving under the Swiftclaw family for 2 decades. I have been watching over them ever since the young mistress was but a kitten. Failure is a shame.
But you haven't failed yet. She's alive and breathing and well. You did your duty, and you haven't failed. You can just take this as a learning opportunity so that, in case she's ever in real danger, you know how to approach it. Again, we all have here, well, I cannot speak for everyone, but at least myself. There's a great deal of respect for you in your position and all of the work that you have clearly been putting in. It is admirable, the amount of passion you have towards your job, and you should acknowledge that.
He kind of looks over at you, Effie, with a thoughtful gaze. Go ahead, roll me a persuasion at advantage for that.
Oh, okay.
I feel lots of positive emotion right now.
As he looks over at Effie, he goes, perhaps what you say has a ring of truth to it, girl. You seem
Oh,
relaxed.
I don't think I've actually told you my name, did I? Hello, my name is Effie.
And she copies what everyone else has did when they did greetings, which is hold out her hand for a hand.
He looks down at it and takes it and shakes it. Fozak, as you know, it is a pleasure, Effie.
Oh, it is quite the pleasure to meet you again as well.
In better circumstances this time.
Oh yes, it is good to know that she is safe. I know you must have been very on edge with everything that was going on in the city. I can only imagine.
You see him just gonna let out a sigh as you see the tough guy routine he has been putting on since you guys walk in here relax a little. He goes, to be honest, it is taking off some of the shine from my scales from worry.
No, not at all.
Effie like lightly pats his arm. It's just
Like I said when I first came in here, and before we even had this conversation, your skills are looking lovely today.
Kind of you to say, Miss Effie. It is a pleasure to meet one with manners. As he kind of glares at Darcy.
What did I do?
It just goes back to the conversation. Emotional protection and physical protection.
I literally didn't do anything. I've been trying to be nice.
No, you were trying to, but it played on his insecurities, which ended up happening.
yeah, the words you chose were very poking at the insecurities, like Judah said.
Yeah.
I don't understand. Like, this is me and Michael not understanding what went wrong.
You're
Don't
talking
worry.
about like it's just you have a guy who's got these massive pride, and everything you said could be taken 2 ways, and he took it the wrong way every time.
Remember, it's just a matter of knowing how to talk to specific people. And time.
Yeah, it's emotion.
In this case, Ozen agrees and thought some of the things that Effie was saying, but he's also still very afraid of him, so he's just like, I ain't saying shit, you got this.
Yeah, you got this, Effie. I'm gonna stay over here and hopefully not notice the yellow puddle forming around my legs.
Don't worry, though.
happens.
Ozen will move over to where Darcy is and just kind of like give him a pat.
Effie will.
I need help understanding, like I imagine my characters are far more competent than me in understanding people.
Well, if you ever want to have an understanding, man, you can always roll an insight, and then I can tell you more to how things are rolling, too. If you want your character to do it versus you.
And not to mention, charisma can go about many ways. Darcy's a very charismatic person in the way that he carries himself, but that doesn't always translate to articulation and whatnot.
Exactly.
I am so confused.
People are weird. Don't worry.
It's levels, man. Take it from psychology majors. It's levels.
Psychology major and then fake psychology major. Me.
Yeah, well, it sounds like you probably you might take it in university by the way you keep talking, Judah.
I mean, I took Psych 101, but
After Thosk's comment, Effie again, well, since they're still shaking hands, with her other hand, she pats the back of it, the one shaking hers, and then looks over towards Darcy. It's just like,
Oh, my apologies. He doesn't. It is not that he is lacking in manners. It is just. Well. Darcy has trouble sometimes with saying how he truly feels, and he is someone with a very strong sense of pride, and I'm sure it is difficult for someone like that to say words of looking up to someone such as yourself, because you are obviously someone to look up to.
Darcy's just confused at this point. It's like he doesn't understand what he said wrong. He was legitimately trying to say nice things, and he's like,
Ozen's rubbing circles in Darcy's back.
Effie's trying to save you right now.
I appreciate
looks
that.
over at Darcy and goes, I suppose I can understand pride in oneself and lack of social graces at times.
I'm sorry if I came off wrong.
It is. Okay. By the way, Darcy, I should mention this guy's like 7'8".
Yeah.
Listen,
there's a reason why Ozen's so fucking scared.
Listen, Darcy doesn't have Sam's, but he ain't gonna be afraid to look up at a big person. All right.
Yeah, just noting he's 7'8" and his teeth are about 2 inches long each. He's basically like a giant gator.
Effie's grown up looking beasts in the eyes, so at this point she has no self-preservation.
Darcy is not afraid to look at a bigger man.
The way to describe Thozak is he's a bit like if Arnold Schwarzenegger had a love child with a red alligator. That's probably... Just to give you a better look at him.
Effie will let go of his hand and kind of wade over so that she's sitting between the group. Get herself comfortable.
So, have you ever had an ice bath before?
They absolutely kind of hated it, unless it was absolutely necessary and my muscles needed to be prepared for next performance, then it could help, but...
That sounds rather uncomfortable.
Oh, no, it's a thing we used to do back when I came from. It's, so what you do is you sit in a hot bath for a while, for about 10-15 minutes, and then you'd switch to a bath that was filled with like ice and cold water, and then the shock would make your muscles tense up for a minute, but then relax, and it was a very good way to like sort of kind of like heal your muscles after a really stressful day.
Tell me about this in the future.
It's okay. Not many people like doing it, but it does feel really good after you get out and get by a nice warm fire.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely goes cold waters and whatnot. I could see it, but as far as shock goes, well, shock is kind of my entire life. I've gotten
Understandable.
plenty of it. But another time, maybe, then sure.
Yes, being shocked is rather painful.
Sounds like a terrible idea. I much prefer the heat. Everybody still there? Oh. Oof.
Like,
Okay, now I can hear you guys. Yeah,
There we
Discord
go.
just flunked out on me.
I cast Snowball Swarm.
Okay, on
I'm
what?
kidding, I'm kidding.
It's those actors rips your throat out in the next round.
Hold on, we can at least make sure he's 10 feet away from me and prone.
Shut up. Don't push this any further than it needs to be.
Oh god. Anyway, it says, Thozak looks over and just, so you are all doing well then, I assume.
Hi.
Yeah. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, that's very kind of you.
What about, I mean, you already told us, but other than what you've been going through, how have things been?
Things with the family have been rough. With this new Sultan we've heard about this morning, it'll make the city difficult for the next while.
I take it revolution is never easy.
Kind of eyebrows at the term. Perhaps
That's-
revolution is a bit strong in this work, yes. He is a rightful heir to the throne after all.
Yeah, I've heard.
Out of curiosity, and he glares at you now with suspicion. Why would you call it a revolution?
Well,
it's just a term we use up north as a symbol of change.
he
You have
kind of
to
like
change
sinks
anyway.
up because of the glare. Well, the way I see it, typically rebellions are a lot more aggressive. In this case, it was just like a very quick change that
Yeah.
kind of happened very suddenly. I was just using terminology.
Yeah, it's kind of what we do up
I
north.
wasn't subconsciously hides behind Darcy.
You know what? Just roll me a deception check, because I want...
Trust me, he's not lying. Like legitimately, he just used that word for the sake of terminology.
Which one of us is making the check?
I will give Ozen with advantage because Darcy helped, because the question's directed at Ozen.
Oh no! No!
Don't fuck up. Don't fuck up. We may have to kill this guy.
no!
Knock on wood. Knock on wood. I don't want you to fucking jinx me. Waiting. Michael.
Yeah?
Michael. Knock on
Yeah?
fucking wood. Knock on wood. I don't want you to jinx me. Thank you. Better.
There you go. It goes. I suppose that does make sense then. He says as he starts to relax again. In any
Yeah.
case,
Ozen will come out of Darcy's shadow.
in any case, the new Sultan seems to be rather forward-thinking with his processes. His morning proclamation was to abolish slavery within the week, apparently, is his goal. A bit ambitious, if you ask me.
Definitely. But
I think it's a worthwhile. Oh, sorry. You go first.
it's ambitious, definitely. But I mean, at least it seems his heart is in the right place.
I'd agree. I think it's a worthwhile thing to try out.
He kind of shrugs. I really do not care of slavery one way or the other. I was never rich enough to own one, nor poor enough to be one. But I am more concerned what the other merchant families will think. There will be upheaval in this time. But perhaps it will be good business for my master. It would seem the new Sultan will need much protection in the days to come.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption.
Yeah, totally. In the back of his mind, it's just like, the Sultan can definitely take care of himself, but that's fine.
Oh. You know what would be fun? And Darcy will let the ducks melt into water and just form 3 balls of ice. And he will move over hither. Ozen, I've been meaning to ask you.
Huh?
Like, can you teach... I was hoping you could teach me how to juggle at some point. I'm okay at it, but... And Darcy will just start trying to juggle.
Roll me a performance check.
I'm trying to change the topic of conversation.
That was very clever.
Performance.
You know what? I'm
Never
actually gonna
mind.
say it's
What
a
are your
disadvantage.
performance
You know
rolls?
what, though? I was gonna say, though, I realized disadvantage because you're juggling ice. Which is
Oh, I
not
probably
exact-
would have made it. I would have made it rough ice,
Yeah.
like so it's not smooth and slippery.
Yeah. As he looks over, he goes, He seems
What do you
like
think?
a necessary thing.
I think you have another thing you seem to be natural at. Again. What the hell? Are you? He, like, almost leans in towards him and is just like, are you sure you're not, like, fucking with me or something? Like, you haven't been doing this before? You have my own form.
Well, I mean, I saw you do it once as he continues to juggle. Now he's like doing it behind his back because
You
screw it. It's a
Now
net 20.
roll a performance check at disadvantage.
Oh come on!
You're
rolled
switching
a
it
nat
up,
20.
man!
Oh, but I rolled a nat 20.
Yeah, that was for basic juggling. Now you're doing tricks.
Oh. Well, you know, I saw your form and I'm just like, I'm really inspired. I was kind of hoping you could help me, like, practice this new thing I've been trying as I now switch over to my back, because apparently I'm making another fucking roll.
So you're like, oh, you're just able to keep them in track, but it's starting to fumble in your hands. But you're able to keep it going, but it's by no means smooth at this point.
I'll switch back to the front.
Ozen lets out a humorous, like, sigh of relief. It's just like, good. For a moment there, I thought you were something more than human.
Ah, of course I'm human. And I'll just keep juggling.
That was... Okay. Anyway, I mean, hand me those things.
Sure, I'll hand him the 3 balls of ice.
Alright, now bear with me. My arms are still a little bit sore, but... And he's gonna start off a basic juggle.
Roll me a performance check.
Alrighty. You know how my skill checks normally go.
Listen, here's the thing. I will do well at the stupid stuff. It is the actual stuff that's important that I do not do well at.
Given such as combat when he lies, okay, it's just a basic juggle, so that's more than enough to start the basic
Okay.
juggle.
I think it's
Alright,
a little
so-
clap.
So you have this... you have this, you know, just the kind of multitasking and whatnot, but now you kind of have to see it as you have a bit of a hoop that's over you. In a way, you kind of want to make this little bit of a halo do its own little spin as you kind of go around your back. If you try to do the same kind of wheel motion that you normally do, you can trip yourself up, and he kind of motions. He, like, for a moment while he's kind of like throwing, he quickly points a finger before moving into the same poking, to the same throwing motions as he was towards Darcy. And he's going to, so if I'm correct in this, and he's going to attempt to do a behind the back thing.
Yeah, roll me another performance check.
Alright.
How come he's not at a disadvantage?
Well, for starters, he's a trained juggler while you're not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fair.
Well, I mean, could I argue sleight of hand, maybe?
Sure, I'll allow it to be sleight of hand.
Nice.
Well, as he starts juggling behind his pack in like a perfect performance without absolutely any issues.
Effie excitedly claps her hands. It's just like,
Oh, that is
You
amazing.
even notice as he's doing it, he's like doing little hacky sack kicks with his back heel occasionally to switch it up to keep the ball in the air.
Darcy will just start clapping his hands. She's like, damn, that's really good. You gotta teach me how to do that.
Yeah, you know,
Impressive.
when I'm not stabbing my hand with a damn scimitar, I can do some decently okay things. And I will say, for the sake of this, because I didn't expect him to actually do that well, as he kind of like does it, he just feels his arms beginning to like kind of peter out, and he'll just kind of like eventually and somewhat strategically drop them in a line into the water.
Could I give it a try?
Be my guest.
You definitely could. I mean, you have a very good eye when it comes to things. You might be able to keep your self good on all of that. Go ahead for it.
By the way, DM, I'm going to just be watching, and in case any of them would like hit her in the head or something, I'm just gonna be ready to like turn them back into water in case they're like are gonna hit her in the head or something like that could actually. Yeah, that could hurt her.
They're ice balls, man. They're not. It might bruise her head, but it's not going to damage. In any case, Effie, since you've never juggled before, roll me a sleight of hand, a disadvantage, or a flat performance. Your pick.
I'm going to be true to character, even though my sleight of hand is a lot better. I'm going to do performance because it's bad. And she's going to like weigh them in her hand and just be like,
Well, I'm not very talented at many things, but maybe this will be different.
She does a very good, acceptable job of starting basic juggling. She's got a little bit of a flourish for a first timer.
Look at you all. You're what?
Goes like those-
Naturals, really?
We're the juggling
Perhaps
squad.
Not as hard as you make it seem.
Well, do you want to give him?
We probably have you to thank, Gosen. We look at you often.
she's still juggling.
Yeah,
Again,
Mr.
the beauty of hot water and steam hiding actual blush.
Mr. Thorsk, would you like to give it a go?
I suppose it could be worth the opportunity.
I will. DM, I'm also doing the same thing where I'm ready to turn them back into water if needed.
Nope, I
Oh,
clicked on
no.
his initiative. No, that was his initiative.
Robert. He's gonna fight the snowballs. Not snowballs, but I.
Okay, so with a basic 10, he's got a basic juggle down.
Oh, that is incredible.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, he'll clap accordingly, and it's just like, all right.
This is interesting.
Yeah, it's what I do/did for a living. It took me some time, and especially when it came to blades, you have to deal with the fact that they themselves spin. But
Oh, you know, be fun. Like group project. He'll just point at Effie and Ozen. Like if we're ever running low on cash, if we all learn to like juggle swords back and forth, like in a triangle.
As Darcy explains his plan, Ozen's face goes from an intrigued blank to like a somewhat horrified look at the idea of teaching these two how to flip swords. And he's just like, yeah, that's something.
Still with a delighted smile on her face, Effie is just like,
That sounds horrible.
I'm saying it could be fun, you know, like we learn how to juggle swords next, and then we'd learn how to like get in sync with each other, you know what I'm saying? Like that's a group building exercise right there.
Just because Thozak will look at you and goes, that sounds like a recipe for disaster if you ask me.
Worst case scenario, someone gets cut, I patch him back up.
I don't think trust exercises should include chopping off fingers accidentally.
Yeah, it's... Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's just kind of go,
you see, I'm more than happy bringing you back from the brinks of whatever, but, I don't entirely enjoy seeing you on the floor, bloodied.
Okay, you're making it sound like I'm incompetent.
I'm saying that before I saw a very cocky sword player as myself. He threw one really high into the air. He did a bit of a flip, and he even flipped me off in the process because he wanted to make a point. And just when he looked up to catch the blade, he caught it with his neck.
Oh.
So, mind me, he like kind of points at Bozak with like a bit of like a aha, but like at the same time like no, like it's like a humored laugh that is still like mortified. And he's just like so well, you can see why I'm not exactly the most thrilled.
Well, I mean, we could practice with safety first, and he'll look over to Thosask and he's like, "Mind if I get those back real quick?"
Yeah.
Darcy will let them melt, and then he will make from the ice 3 like swords, but not actual sharp.
Let's start with
I'm
batons, shall
pretty
we?
sure your ice shape's limited that you could possibly make daggers.
Yeah, like batons or daggers would be good as well.
Yeah, just
oh man, already getting into daggers.
Ice shape, I'm pretty sure can't do like 2 to 3 foot long objects, if I'm mistaken, as a cantrip.
Let me double check that, because I think it's like I can manipulate 5 feet worth of water. Let me double check the spell.
5-foot cube.
Into simple shapes and animate at your direction.
Technically, a sword is possibly getting past simple shape. Unless it's a blunt object, you could. Yeah, you can make like a baton.
Yeah, a baton or like a rod.
Yeah.
All right, I'll create
You
some
wouldn't
batons.
be able to create something with an edge just because crafting edges get into the line of complications.
Oh no, I know. That's why I said like very dull.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll create a baton.
These things are a little bit more complicated. You know, with balls, you just toss them and they land back inside of your hand. When it comes to batons and swords, they will naturally flip through the air and do everything that they possibly can to make your ability to predict how you throw them to be an ever-living nightmare. And, you know, there's ways that you can control this. You know, you can, and he'll take like one of the batons, you can throw it slower, which is better for beginners. And it's just like one single flip inside of the air before it lands in his hand, easy enough. You can do it with a bit more of a spin, and he's gonna try to throw it about 3 to 4 spins before it lands back inside of his hand.
Oh, interesting fact. You can only have 2 up at a time, eh?
For the
2's fine.
ice?
Yeah, no more than 2 of its non-instantaneous effects active at a time.
That is perfectly fine. All I need is 2
my bad.
baton.
No worries, it's
My
not
bad.
like it's a huge issue in this case.
Yeah. And
I mean,
then,
to
of
be
course,
frank,
there's...
Thosask will just, if you need more to juggle, he will toss you guys some sticks from the fire pit for the steam.
That also works, yes. I don't know why I didn't think of that. But, and then there's
I think
what
I'm
I
ready.
normally do. And he's gonna throw... he's gonna throw the ice baton again, but it's going to do about 10 spins before it lands in his hand.
Okay, you can roll me a sleight of hand check again if you want.
Yep.
Okay, you easily toss it up and catch it again. You're doing just fine.
I
So-
really miss expertise.
So how about you all start off with something a little bit more base. Just the normal or maybe even the medium spins if you feel up to it. You know,
Sure.
there's no risk of, you know, catching things with your neck in this case.
Sure. And Darcy will start. Darcy will give his full effort to give like a full performance.
Oh no. Wait, does that mean you're going for the fast one?
Maybe.
The 10 spin? Oh no.
Okay, roll me a performance or a sleight of hand at disadvantage.
Why disadvantage?
Because again,
'Cause
you're
you're
not
not
a
trained.
trained juggler.
Nah, who? Listen, man, I throw things. Did you see me throw that dagger?
Throwing a dagger is completely different from juggling.
Tomato, tomato.
Oh
So-
no.
As he just like fumbles out and just it tumbles out of his hand and right into the water.
Hold on, let me try again.
The key is to watch one side, okay?
No, your performance is flat. I said performance or sleight of hand at disadvantage. So you did a performance of 14, so you still don't catch it because you went for the trickier maneuver. But
Oh,
you don't
okay.
fumble it as bad.
Yeah. The key is to make sure that you keep an eye on one side and time the trajectory and speed to where you can actually get it. If you're going for the absolute hardest one, like I suggested against, and he kind of like gives Darcy a nagging look, but a jokingly naggy one, and it's. But
Effie's gonna
Alright.
try following the advice as closely as she can.
Hey, same roll for you, Effie. Are you going for the complicated or the simple?
Simple as advised.
Okay. No performance or sleight of hand. At disadvantage for sleight of hand if you take sleight of hand.
Wait, so straight for a performance disadvantage with sleight of hand?
Yes.
I'll just do the performance. Yep.
This one goes right up into the air! Disappears. You're looking.
I'm ready to turn it back into water.
You're looking, and you're a splash like 15 feet behind you.
Effie's gonna look back, then look at the group, hold up both her hands and make them shake like jazz hands and say, "Ta-da!"
That was a good magic trick. I don't see, and Darcy will just turn it back into water, and then grab and then just from behind his back make another one. It's like I don't even see it anymore.
oh, I should. Sorry, hold on. I kind of like got knocked out for a second. Effie, that's one thing to actually keep a moment of. Since it's an oblong object, sometimes the trajectory of the opposite side can influence the way that it flies. So in that case, you threw it perfectly if it were a ball. So keep that into account, okay?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna try again. And Darcy will, at this time, follow the advice and do a more simple throw.
Okay, so flat performance or disadvantage sleight of hand.
I will go with the performance because my bonus is the same for either or. Alright.
Okay. Thankfully, because you picked the simple one, you're able to do it.
Alright.
It's all on the eyes, but it's also all on the wrist.
Alright. Here. And Darcy's gonna go for this. For the more complicated one this time. Now you feel confident.
The medium or the back to the fucking top?
Back to the top.
Okay.
Oh god.
Roll that
Okay.
performance. Splash! You're like, good! Stumble, guy! Splash.
You need help.
No, now I'm determined. And he will do it again!
Effie, while he's doing that, Effie looks at Thosk and is just like,
See, this is what I meant by the ego.
I see what you mean.
I like to call this determination.
Hey, roll again, Darcy.
There we go.
Hey, this time Darcy's able to move. This time catches it no problem.
Little practice. Thank you. I looked at the end. It's like one end and followed it.
No, that's exactly how you should.
Yeah, like that really was helpful.
Of course. I've been at this for way too long now, really.
Yeah, and Darcy looked down. It's like, as much as I enjoy a hot bath, and I do enjoy a hot bath, it's starting to get a little wrinkly here.
You look fine.
Today is a relaxed day.
If I
You
don't...
Monkeys are always worried about wrinkly skin, as he says as he looks at us, goes, advantage of scales.
I mean, you got a point there, but still.
Hey.
And he
We're
looks
not
over
old.
at Effie, and I suppose exoskeletons.
Effie looks at her fleshy half, patting down her. Oh yeah, everyone is naked. Yeah, she just pats down her chest and tummy.
Ozen is, I realize, just pinnacle of bisexual panic. Like, I thought about it for a second, and it's just like, you have Darcy, and we all know that he looks cool, and you have Effie, and poor guy.
we got like the perfectly censoredly placed hair draped over.
Like, I feel like what was happening, right? It's like it's those moments of like not disassociation, but where you like refocus into what's happening. Like, I feel like he was like really focused at first on like helping everybody get their flips and whatnot, and then like for a moment he kind of like stood back and just kind of like looked, and then he became like self-aware, and he's just like, holy fuck.
Meanwhile, Thozak looks Ozen up and down and goes,
Huh?
Effie glances over. It's just like,
Ozen, perhaps you might want to sit out for just a little bit. You are getting flushed in the face.
Oh yeah, at this point I think the steam doesn't do him justice anymore.
look
And
like
he-
you are a lobster.
Wasn't it a bit hot for you there? We can cool it down, and Darcy will make ice cubes.
Yeah.
Here,
At
Darcy
this
will
point,
make one of the balls into just a compact thing of snow, and toss it to him. He's like, put that on your face. You'll feel better.
I'm
Is
kind of
is the water too hot?
We can dumb it down.
something is not the.
I've probably seen this face before, haven't I?
Oh wait. Let me think.
Keep
You
in
know,
mind, there's
for
that natural
fun,
20.
Ozen, roll me that disadvantage. Roll me a deception at disadvantage at this point
I'm
as you're
not-
trying to cover up.
I mean,
Do I get advantage because I've probably seen this face before?
I
Well,
mean,
that's his disadvantage partly.
This is
Oh,
Well, here's the thing. I may have succeeded, but what if I said that I kind of want him to fail?
well, you want to fail, then you fail. I mean, that's how orals work for failure.
Okay, wonderful. Because his entire thing is like, in this particular case, let me think about this. Darcy would recognize this look as a nice little coalescence, a nice little mixture, a nice little fusion of lust and panic.
wait, since he purposely failed, does that mean everyone in the room recognizes that?
Depends.
I think it's special for
I'm
me because I've
going
seen
to
this
say
face
he
before.
failed purposely for Darcy, but I'd say Effie and Thozak can roll insight checks.
Yeah, like I feel like in that case, Darcy kind of has a rite of passage of knowing what this look is, because this look was also very prevalent when.
Thozak looked raises
When-
an eyebrow at you.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
I'm not
Knuckles, Sonic Adventure 1. Oh no!
I'm gonna
How
say
dare you bring
Effie's
up that
Effie's
sin?
not gonna I'm not gonna roll for Effie. I'm gonna say she doesn't notice.
Thozak raises an eyebrow at Ozen and just goes, "Heh, heh, heh."
Hey guys, you want to see me make an ice sculpture out of a swan? I'll do it.
You know what? Maybe I could use a bath. He just
Alright.
sinks ever so deeper into the water.
Darcy will just make a little like tub of ice around you, just like a little cauldron of ice around you.
He looks like he isn't enjoying it, but you can tell that he wants coldness around his body for other reasons.
Cold shower, cold shower, cold shower.
Cold shower, cold shower, cold shower.
And Judy.
Everyone understands what's going on, but Effie just looks genuinely concerned.
Those acts
Ugh.
laughing.
Oh, the
Senator,
man's-
if you're feeling
So-
well, perhaps we should return so you can get dressed.
Oh, I think he's doing quite fine, Miss Effie.
He just needs to cool down a little bit after being in the water for so long.
Yes, he's all hot and bothered.
Exactly.
Okay, at that I'm gonna do an insight check.
I want to throw myself out of a window. This is terrible. I love it.
Do I get to help him with his deception, considering I'm actually trying to cover for him?
She's not inciting Ozen with it, she's inciting Thosk and his innuendo.
How much innuendo is Effie familiar with?
That's a very good point.
I mean, would your grandfather have said something like that to you?
Your grandfather was actually Master Roshi.
It was like Master Roshi, the turtle hermit, like.
Oh my
Effie
fucking
still saw stuff out in the wilds.
Well. Okay. Here's the thing. It's not that you don't understand what's going on. It's just I'm not sure how much Effie would have an understanding of the of innuendo in the general context of social context. On the other hand, given the insight, giving the term hot and bothered, I'm going to make this an intelligence check rather than an insight to see if you can put 2 and 2 together. Because he's not
Oh,
lying.
I'm screwed.
This is whether you're intelligent enough to have you been in society long enough to pick up on these cues.
Poor Ozen.
You're looking at it and you're like, you kind of got an inkling, but you're not sure, and
She realizes something's going
something's going on. You would have to ask to be certain.
I am just creating a cauldron of ice around you to cover your decency.
Is he
Yep,
got like
just-
an ice diaper
Right now,
going
Ozen's
on?
just very happy that water has a natural thing that distorts light when it passes through.
Yep. I'm basically creating ice undies for you.
Effie
Thank
just looks
you.
around at everyone. It's just like,
I get the sense that there is something I am not catching on.
No, everything's fine. Ozen, you want to head to the market now to look at those spices?
I think I'm just gonna stare at this wall for a little bit, if you all don't mind.
Sure.
So tell me, Miss Effie, is the scrawny one normally so impassionate around everyone?
She tilts her curiously. She's like, I don't know if I would use the word impassionate. I think he's a very passionate person.
Oh,
Wait, which one of us is the scrawny one?
Ozen.
Ozen?
He's not even scrawny, but I guess he is alive.
I'd say, given your stat scores compared to everybody else's, you're the scrawny one.
Yeah, no, like definitely. As far as like, he's not bulky, but he has like, as far as it goes, he's just thin, but he's muscled.
Yeah,
But yeah, scrawny. In his
Scrawny.
7 foot.
It is
Skyscraper
7'6", 500 pounds of solid muscles and scales. You are all scrawny, but you're just slightly scrawnier than the others.
yeah, Effie was less reacting to the scrawny comment and more where he's looking.
Yeah, as he's looking
As
over-
she says that.
Yeah. Well, passionate indeed. Does he normally need cold showers around you too?
To be fair, this is the second time we've only taken a bath together.
Effie pats her face and she's just like,
I don't think I exude all that much heat. I don't understand.
Actually, I do have a question for you though, Thoskin.
What is it?
I'm curious, how long can you hold your breath for?
Roughly 15 minutes.
I bet you I can hold my breath longer than you.
He looks you up and down.
He stays cheating! I swear to God!
Probably, maybe. Why would you want to bet on such a thing, human?
Because I can hold my breath. Listen, I used to live out on the shores, and let me tell you, I'll tell you a story. So when I was out fishing with my father once, like, keep in mind I was like 8 years old, I went fishing with him, and we got hit by a terrible storm, and I swear to you, when the boat capsized, I was under there for like, I gotta tell you, maybe like 20 minutes, half an hour.
Fair enough. I trust you can. After all, magic does many things. You have it casting ice spells around him all day. He knows you have magic, thus he will not trust any bet with this.
I don't care about the bet. I am creating a diversion.
No, fair.
Changing the topic.
Ozen knows this and he appreciates it.
Yeah, he's like, in any case, holding breath, perhaps you can. You seem to have gift.
Well, you know, humans are a little malleable in the things we can do. And he'll just kind of just start like I'm like full style Avatar: The Last Airbender, just the movements and all, just like start moving the water in just sort of in just weird directions, and just be like,
Ozak's gonna have a smile on his face. Goes, so tell me, Ozen, is Darcy's breath holding something you particularly care for?
I will.
Ozen just sinks.
And a snowball swarm appears right in the corner.
No,
Everyone just sees an eruption of just snowballs out like a geyser, just popping out from the water, going. Bum, 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 bum.
Ozen's gonna kind of.
Oh, look at that! Literally anything else.
No, Ozen will turn over to Ozak and just be like, whatever do you mean?
Ozen, just drop the conversation. You're not winning here.
Squill smile. I'm sorry, with that 19 insight, he's just reading you like a book.
Well, it's not exactly that I'm.
It's okay. I just have fun. You embarrass me in front of my master. Only fair play I do so in front of yours.
Master.
Wait.
And status as pimp has returned. Thank you, Thorske.
What makes you think he's talking about Darcy?
Oh, me?
You guys suck.
To
God.
be fair, he did not say which one is the master.
Ozen just shakes his head and is just like, okay. This is just unfair. I'm gonna be honest. To be 100% honest, this is so unfair, okay?
Hey, what's unfair here?
I'm lost on this entire conversation, so I second that question.
Effie, I'm going to be real honest with you. I would be more than happy to answer if that didn't shatter every single bit of decency I had. And I don't have much.
I am surprised you humans have any decency, to be honest, at times.
Alright, now that's just stereotyping.
Oh, well, to be frank, I see mostly humans at the brothels when they go.
Yeah, you see, I'm a performer. I'm just not that kind of performer. So
A look
unfortunately-
of understanding finally comes on her face.
Oh my fucking god!
Because the
Darcy
group
just-
taught her what that was earlier.
Darcy just pulls on face palms and just goes, oh.
Ozen
Effie.
turns through his fingers.
And Thozak continues, after all, as far as I know, humans have the largest libido amongst the sentient races. Part of the reason there are so many of them everywhere.
I mean, Listen, if you think about the math, and I'm not very smart, but even I know this. If you present more opportunities for something to happen, the more times an instance of something going to happen is going to happen. There. Anyway.
Effie's gonna, while those two are talking, kind of lean in and just whisper like a hand up by the mouth sort of thing. It's just like,
Ozen, well, this may not help, but that is not something that you need to be ashamed about. It's already well known you've been physical with Darcy.
It's... He'll just speak out kind of openly. It's not the fact that that's just the case. It just so happens that it's around the... See... Oh, man. He's just like pointing in between, and like everyone, it's just like, it's not that. It's the fact that it happens to be around everyone.
Oh.
I can't help myself. Bozak raises an eyebrow. That is sweet, but you're really not my type.
None taken!
He's got... You see this big gainery grin on his face.
God, he's a... Ah!
Darcy will just create a wall of ice between the two of them and just say, "Alright, I think I've had enough. My skin is right down prickly, and I am going to get dressed now."
You do that. I'm gonna hope that the heat gives me a sweet release. Eventually. Not... I was speaking about that.
I'm gonna assume the best. Hey, Effie, I saw a little stand that seemed to be selling like tea-based sweets. You want to go check that out?
In a bit.
she seems to be thinking really hard about something.
Can I tell what it is?
Probably not.
I know.
Belzacco starts thinking is like, sweet release. He just sinks back in the water.
He has the humor of an 11-year-old! Ah!
Alright, eventually Effie's gonna...
Just enjoying the fact that he is turning the tables on you assholes for the shit you did to him at his fucking
I have
home.
done nothing to him.
We've
It's
all
like
done
you.
nothing.
It's mostly
We're
Effie and Ozen he's having the fun with.
We're guilty with association. Association.
Effie is going to, seeming to kind of come to some kind of conclusion. She's gonna walk up to Thosk and like kind of like clasping her hands together in sort of a prayer motion, but not really, more just like a please type motion. Looks at him, it's just like,
Excuse me, Thosk. I'm really sorry. I know you are joking and having your fun, but I don't want my friend to be uncomfortable. Do you mind if we could change the conversation, please?
Very well. I had my payback for the time being.
Darcy's just at the edge of the pool. Is like, oh wait, are we actually changing the topic now?
Thank you.
Alright, never mind. And Darcy will just sit back down in the water.
I mean, Effie, I think, would probably know by now that, like, the way that Ozen is that there are two inadvertent masks he put on versus solo and group, and right now he's very much group. You know, the same Ozen that flirted with Darcy all up until endgame is not the same person that's sitting right here. Right now, he's just extremely embarrassed because whenever he's more than two people, and he gets into stage mode, so he's just like,
right. Which is why she approached Thosk and just outright asked him to please stop. And she goes back to
that approach can work in life.
Right? Effie
What?
goes back
No.
Effie goes back to where she was and glances at Ozen, gives like a slight little crook to her smile, just like I hope that helped, and then looks back at everyone again.
Ozen will give her a corresponding like look of appreciation before he just kind of like sinks against the pillar and is just like
So, since we are changing the subject, there is a question I've been meaning to have an answer to that the mistress has yet to give me.
And that is?
Effie looks around the room.
Oh, you mean the person you are working for?
The young mistress, yes.
What is that?
Simple. I was never informed of what took her in the first place.
What?
What took
What took her in the prisoners?
Oh.
Well,
Oh. I'd
Yeah.
imagine report is going to come out within the next couple of days. We probably shouldn't be talking about information that might be considered confidential.
well, it's not entirely confidential. We had brought up the possibilities of what they were before, and well, we were right.
Someone with his status, I think, has the right to know.
I'd say so, maybe. Well, you know, I believe you were there. I'm not sure if you were busy dissociating or anything, but we had brought up that they may be some sort of spore, and we turned out to be very right, actually.
But they weren't hurting people. They were bringing them to a safe place.
You see Thelzak have a very confused look on his face. You are saying mushrooms took her?
Actually, technically, it's considered a fungi. A mushroom is just actually the reproductive organs of certain fungi. I am going into Michael mode right now. I'm so sorry. This is one of the things that was on my test.
That's fair.
I'm just glad I got
new.
new information.
Yeah, to be fair, I did not know that, so thank you for sharing, Michael. I'm always interested to learn.
Yep, no, the difference between the actual mushrooms you see in the wild, like poking out of the ground, mushrooms are actually just reproductive organs of fungi. The actual base of the organism is actually the hyphae, which is that little stringy bit underneath mushrooms that actually causes nutrient exchange between plants and the soil and themselves, obviously. It's really interesting, but it's just,
Mushrooms not only look like dicks, but they kind of operate like them. That's wonderful.
yep, they spread their spores. I think
Yeah.
they're...
You want another fun mushroom fact, Judah? Apart from them
Oh,
looking
no.
like dick, Canada is the #1 consumers of mushrooms in the world. Which proves Canada is my old favorite joke back with our old how we vote for our politics. Canada proves the old phrase, you are what you eat. Because the average Canadian voter likes to be left in the dark and fed bullshit.
I'm trying so hard not to laugh. I think I succeeded, but man, that was a difficult fight right there. I had to gather every single mature point of my brain to not make a joke.
Actually, fun fact, did you know that mushrooms are more closely related to humans than plants?
So they really are dicks.
No, it's they have a completely different cellular structure, but what's interesting about them is that unlike plants that store energy via starch, mushrooms will actually store energy via a glucose-like molecule. And they're actually, like, genetically speaking, a lot closer on the genetic tree of life than plants are to humans. So they're like they have a more recent common ancestor than we do with plants.
You know, I somehow wonder if that's where they came up with mushroom people.
Probably.
In any case, back to the game and our nice little fun diversion of The More You Know.
Darcy just has just for some reason has an encyclopedic knowledge about mushrooms. He just
Yeah.
turns into Audrey for just one moment.
This is fascinating, but you are saying mushrooms or fungi, as you put it, Mr. Darcy, kidnapped the young mistress somehow. I have never heard of such a thing.
Well, I mean, a lot of biological things have processes, you know, and in this case, if they are utilized or in this case abused, then they could be used for that reason. I see no reason. I remember as a kid, there was this one time I saw an ant that had a large mushroom on its head, and it walked around and seemingly veered away from its colony. It doesn't seem outside of the realm of possibility.
He kind of looks at you again. It is, I think we have... I see. We have a misunderstanding. I was asking, who took
mistress, not how. So these person or persons of unknown origin use mushrooms of mind control sort, I guess, to take the mistress.
Hey, like one of those
Oh.
druidic magics. Like I said, we can't really. That I don't think we're really allowed to talk about at the moment. I just kind of look at them with the kind of look of we really probably should not be talking about that.
Unfortunately, I'm not looking to get crucified for this types of information. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, this is one of those things where probably, or like, this is probably one of those things we don't want to. We can't really talk about until the official report comes out.
Fair
this-
enough.
Is this one of these political things?
It's generally speaking, in terms of sensitive matters like this, you allow the authorities to make their statements, so that way, if you say something that's wrong and rumors start to spread, they don't come back to you. It's better just to let them tell the story.
You have so many complicated rules. It's interesting.
It is, isn't it?
There are many subtleties to it all, I suppose.
Did you guys forget about the living mushroom people that we're not supposed to talk about?
I did not forget at all. That's why he's been giving indirect answers.
Effie just doesn't understand why that can't be talked about.
Because we promise.
The group promised.
And you're part of the group. Congratulations.
Yeah, you little frickin'.
Law transference. You're part of the group. That applies to you.
Effie does not know that.
Oh my fucking god.
But she's not gonna say anything just because she's more confused than anything.
In any case, I suppose I will learn soon enough. So, with that all out of the way, then, it seems that you and your friends have at least done a service for our home.
Yeah, I like to think we're pretty good people.
It would seem so. At least. Good for outsiders, at least.
Take that as a compliment.
I might have some more business in the city after a little while, but so you may see me around in a few weeks.
I see. Well, fair enough.
And Darcy will stand up, and just look at them, the other two, and be like, "All right, for reals this time though. I'm really starting to get wrinkly here. I'd like to head out if it's not too much of a bother with you two."
Oh no, that's completely fine. You'll have to give me a bit of time though.
Yeah, sure thing. And as Darcy's leaving, he will create two little blocks of ice next to Ozen.
Oh no, just get a head start, you know?
Really, you humans are so funny.
I'm glad you find this amusing.
Just a little.
Thus, will you be staying here for your evening?
I have other things to attend to. It is
Ozen breathes out a quick thank god.
It is my one day off for the month. I need to enjoy it while I can.
Oh,
You only
I
get the-
wholly agree.
You know what sounds fun? As Darcy's starting to dry himself off, he just takes shape. He just shapes the water and just like pulls all the water off of him and just slings it back into the tub. And now he's like just perfectly dry. You know what'd be fun? We should go mini golfing. Is that a thing in this world? Please say
No,
yes.
it is not a thing in this world.
Darcy has a nosebleed and this goes. I heard there was a restaurant around here that has these giant like desert worm steaks that like apparently they cut them so large that it's actually a challenge, and if you beat the challenge you get some sort of prize.
Aren't we meant to be doing relaxing things?
I mean, I'm always up for a hearty meal after a warm bath, but that just might be me. It's Ozen's day. Ozen, got any ideas?
Sorry, I'm not exactly used to this. I mean, no, a meal sounds fine. I mean, have you taken this challenge before? I have a decent appetite, but not the best. I mean, I can eat just about as much, and my body genuinely will not change. I have metabolism of, well, fine working iron.
Well, I mean, I figured while we're in town, might as, try the local delicacies, and Darcy cracks his neck and just sort of, like, does that thing where he pulls his shoulders back, and you just hear a loud pop as his sternum cracks, and he goes, I'm always up for a challenge. If nothing else, you guys get to see me on the floor with a full stomach in pain. So, it'll be fun either way.
Because of your little stretch thing, Ozen blankly stared at you for a moment before kind of like rejoining the rest of y'all.
Oh, I'm wearing a towel by this point.
Oh, well, you're still your upper body, and that's something as well. So yeah, he's just like, yeah, sure. Food it is.
You sure? We can do something else if you want.
No, actually, typically, after eating, it's usually food, or sleep, or just both, actually. So, in this case, a nice meal sounds fine. Maybe a walk afterwards.
Oh, maybe we can get more suggestions from our friend here. Thask, you are familiar with the area. Do you know where good relaxing places are?
Kind of rubs his big scaly chin. I suppose it depends what you consider to be relaxing.
Low movement.
Well, there's always the Colosseum. Often there are shows and performances done there to be viewed.
What kind of performances? Like,
depending on the day, there are battles and fights in the gladiatorial pits. I believe there may be a circus in town of late. And there's also occasionally plays and such are there in the evenings.
ooh, that could be fun.
Well, that actually does sound nice. I didn't get just into performing for the sake of performance, but also it's nice to watch as well. So I think it sounds fine.
Well, if you are interested, I believe there is one tonight. Have you ever seen the performance done of the... I believe they are doing a... Well, you will catch the story in the middle since it is a 50-hour play created by the dwarves many years ago. But I believe they are doing part of the adventures of the God Emperor before he ascended with his original party.
Alright, so then I guess the plan would be maybe eating and then going to see one of these plays?
Maybe. Let's see how dinner goes first.
Alright.
Enjoy yourselves then.
You
Thank
too.
you.
Have a good time.
And he just goes back and sinks under the water.
Before he sinks, he's like, well, if I'm back in town, I'll look you up and we can get that drink on your next day off.
Perhaps, if I am available.
Of course.
Once he's underwater, Effie looks at the other two. She's like,
Isn't he friendly?
Hey, you kind of opened up to us a bit.
Definitely a lot different than when I first met him.
It's amazing how people change when they're not at work.
Yeah.
Looks at Darcy. We shall see. Oh my god.
Oh god.
Well, are you all ready to go?
Oh, sorry. 1 second. I thought I missed a meme for a second. There was like a period of time, but no, Ozen's gonna wait for you guys to kind of move on and ask for you to wait for him because he needs to take care of some business.
Hey, say that for tonight, and I can show you a good time.
You see, now that's what surprised me. I'm surprised that neither of them tried to flirt with Ozen in his moment of weakness.
No, because that's wrong at that point. It's just like, oh, he's clearly embarrassed. We should lay off.
Ozen's uncomfortable. That's not okay.
Yeah,
Bozak
no,
was
love
kind
them.
of there, would have been odd. Thosk would have been like, are you getting busy or what? It's like Thosk would have fucking like torn that scenario to hell. He was having too much fun watching you squirm.
Oh yeah, no, but it's great. It's great because like it wasn't what it's not what I expected, but it's also what I wanted. So I'm just like I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm
I
very
just can't
happy.
believe Thosk with a 0 wisdom modifier rolled a nat 19 to see what the fuck your problems was.
That was just funny, and
Yeah.
just like the little like just little jabs and shit that he would say. I was just like, oh no, oh no.
Oh yeah, plus in addition to the uncomfortable thing, for Effie's point of view, she's not any kind of contender.
Oh god. Well,
From
for
her
fun-
point of view, she does not think there's any interest her way.
Ah.
But yeah, after oh, okay. Let me think. Nah, I'd say he just needs like a moment to come down, and he'll join everybody afterwards.
So, Heath, that steak place that I just made up, where is it?
You know what? Give me 30 seconds.
That 30 seconds could be us walking towards it and talking.
Yeah, go ahead
Yeah.
and chat while you guys are doing something, because I might as well set something up for fun.
So I heard that these giant worms apparently are in certain places of the desert, but they're like a delicacy here.
Wait, hold on. I didn't quite understand what you said. I guess at first, giant worms.
Yeah, apparently there's giant worms that create these huge tunneling caverns underneath the desert sands. Not on the trade routes, but if you go off them a good while, apparently you can find them sort of the deepest parts of the desert, and they're really big and strong and scary. But if you manage to take one down and you can carve its meat, you could feed a city with it. Or at least that's the rumors. They're probably a bit more of fisherman's tales, a little bit, exaggerated. But I heard
really?
one could
Would
be
Would Effie have ever seen something like that, Heath?
Oh yeah, big fucking monster, maybe.
I will say, roll me a nature check.
What? No, that's intelligence. I was about to say that's wisdom. No way.
Okay, with a 12, I'm going to say you have not personally seen one. Your grandfather, though, has mentioned something similar at one point. Something that when you guys traveled in underground passages in the Greystone Lands, when you were searching around and looking for God knows what, because you never asked, and he never told, you had heard of him mentioning that to always be careful when seeing massive, huge tunnels that were probably about 10 feet to 20 feet tall and just went for miles and miles. And he always told you when you saw a tunnel like that to be always on your guard for the giant purple worm maybe near.
Big, scary, and purple.
So talking about with Darcy talking about this, Effie gives him an odd look. He's just like,
Killing things doesn't seem relaxing.
Huh?
I don't think we were going to be hunting for one. We were just going to go to a place that serves them, correct?
Oh God, yeah. I'm not. Listen. And he just looks. Looks to his equipment. He's like, I'm not exactly equipped to handle something that large at the moment.
I'm very refreshed that you don't seem to have a death wish today.
Okay. Listen.
You know, though, I do have to admit, though, with mentioning that, I kind of find it funny if you had a Purple Worm restaurant where it was like a lobster tank.
Oh my, yeah.
It's like, I want
Except
that
it's just like a
purple
huge
or-
crater in the ground. It's just like with just steel walls. It's just like, well, go get your dinner.
Yeah.
Every once in a while inside of the restaurant, the hatch opens and you just hear this demonic screech as they proceed to harvest more from this animal. God.
Yeah, I knew one guy who said, well, funny fact, I actually had a restaurant idea for D&D once that would have had limitless steaks.
At what stakes?
A Hydra steaks. They just mounted a Hydra down and kept cutting off the heads and making steaks out of the neck.
What?
That's
Oh,
animal cruelty at that
Ew.
point.
yeah, well, Hydras suck.
They do, but
Uh,
Humans. Wait, no, I don't want to make that joke. Anyways, moving on.
So anyways, you guys continue along to this, you start moving along towards this restaurant that you've heard about called, you know what, I will name it now. Where am I going to put this made-up restaurant? Let's call it the, let's call it the Purple Steakhouse Inn.
Okay.
Let's get it right. I will say this is probably not the poor side of town, but neither the rich side of town. Mid side of town. It's kind of like
I like
a
how
kid.
I've now added to your world.
You're not the first. There we go.
I like-
There's the Purple Steakhouse.
Where is it?
Right there.
I like to imagine that you just keep adding locations of just ridiculous restaurants that Darcy has just heard of.
So as you head
Good lord.
towards it, because I'm having fun and I feel like this should be a great chance to introduce characters you guys haven't seen in a long time.
Sure.
You are approaching the house where you see what looks to be a wagon out front, outside of this restaurant at the moment. As
A
you,
wagon?
A wagon. Yep. It seems to be having crates and boxes stacked on top of it. Just for fun, everybody roll me a perception check.
I like
And
relaxing.
Effie, I'm going to give
sessions.
you advantage considering what it is.
Oh, okay.
You-
Perception check?
Nope.
Oh, man. Well...
Is cakes?
Oh, damn.
Yes, Effie and Ozen. But Darcy, you don't really notice anything. But Effie, you definitely, you more so than even Ozen, you get this whiff of very familiar, fresh baked, beloved pastries with cinnamons and chocolates and caramel dripping sauce and all the goodness. As you hear a familiar voice shout out behind, Henry, you have to be careful with the crates. We need to deliver the desserts for the restaurant, eh? Yes, Papa. I'll be at it right away. As you see the familiar faces of the great orc baker, Dowry Baguette, and his little daughter, Annie,
Oh,
grabbing food and items to the local restaurants making their daily deliveries.
Effie points them out. It's just like,
oh, look, it's the child I tried to take.
Not a thing you say in public.
Not a thing you say at all.
I never said it wasn't. Anyway, we should go help them get their crates. Help them make the deliveries while we're here. I'll walk up to them and just say, "Hey, Mr. Baguette."
Oh, is it? Well, if it isn't one of my latest customers. Good day, Mr. Darcy. Oh, and is that Miss Effie and Ozen with you as well, eh? Oh,
Yes. We were just in the neighborhood and we saw you delivering these crates. Would you like a hand while we're here?
well, I do not wish
I-
to impose, but if you offer, who am I to say no?
Sure. Ozen, I know you're feeling a little sore today, so I don't mind taking this.
Oh, no, if it's something lighter, I can definitely handle it.
Would you
wish to be fine, I have this box of freshly baked bread and baguettes if you wish to carry that, Mr. Olsen. It is not too heavy, but it is one I could use assistance with, yes, no?
Yeah, of course. Anything to help an old friend, I suppose.
Thank you. You is a good man, yes, so?
I try to be, as much as anybody else, I suppose.
Very good.
And as you grab your boxes, you hear a little.
Miss Effie, it is good to
Oh,
see
no.
you
Oh,
again.
no.
As
Oh, no.
Henry
Oh, no.
approaches
Oh, no.
her with this happy kind of elephant smile trunk face. It just kind of like comes up and gives her a little French hug, kind of like the mwah, mwah on her cheeks.
DM, before you continue, I do have one question to ask.
Shoot.
Because this question just came to Darcy's mind. Would I know anyone who can make smoke bombs?
Maybe, but not in this city.
I should talk to Mick about that, but that would require me talking to Mick again.
Effie returns the hug and is just like,
Oh, hello again. I hope you've been well. Have you been practicing your stomach gutting techniques?
Yes, my papa told me that it is impolite to do so with the customers, but many of them are more than accommodating when asked politely.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Darcy is just wide-eyed and just like trying not to get involved in this conversation.
I do not suppose that you have any more suggestions. It would be very useful in my ways of training.
Oh, yes, well, what haven't I taught you yet? Oh, there is a way to properly remove a tongue.
Oh, you do not say.
Again, Darcy is just like hearing this and is just wide-eyed, just trying not to get involved.
Effie?
You just hear the dad go,
Removing the tongue is an important part in any way of preparing the cow, yes?
as he's picking up and moving boxes along.
Perhaps we could,
It makes so much more sense now in Darcy's mind.
different conversation. Different conversation.
Oh.
Conversation.
You don't. Oh, do you not think that's a good idea? All right, then, I suppose instead I could teach you how to gouge out eyeballs.
No.
Different topic. How about that?
I do
Oh.
not see the problem with the topic.
She gives you kind of like that
For
saucy
example-
teenage girl look.
For example, just a thought, but what exactly is this, like a shipment of some sort? Are you taking it back to your shop and whatnot? Like, what is this?
This is the daily delivery for the desserts for the Purple Boom Steakhouse. They
Oh,
do
it's
the
a-
meats, but they do not do the pastries. Yes, yes.
It's a delivery, so it's like a joint business thing.
I make deliveries all over the city for many of the restaurants. They all know that Dowry Baguette is the greatest baker in all of Imperios. Yes.
I
Yes,
can
sir.
definitely attest to that. You know, it'd be interesting though. Have you ever made a meat bun before?
Meat bun. I have done actually. Yes, I have made one of these. They are how shall you say? They come from the city of the Dragonbone.
Well, I was just thinking, from what I've heard, it seems like it's. I mean, obviously you're getting money from this, but as far as it goes, it seems to be kind of a one-handed transaction. Maybe you could get some of their said purple steaks and make something out of it. Maybe some, I guess, meat pastries, so to speak.
I have done. This is not a bad idea. No. Yes, this could be something worth investigating. It is a good plan. Yes. Thank you very much, my friend.
And he kind of jabs you in the stomach.
You are a very clever person, and one
Gladly,
who
the
should be
stomach-
watched.
Rarely ever gets sore, so he takes it with pride. If it was his arm though, everything would have fell. But yeah, he's just like, absolutely, no, it's fine. You'd be surprised what the brain is able to come up with when they are going to come up with distraction. He like says that last part to himself, but he's just like, but yeah, no problem at all.
but you must tell me, is anything that you all need? Perhaps for assistance with helping this. Oh, I am sure, Miss Evie, you will love one of these. This is one of my very own chocolate eclairs.
Izzy goes in and brings out one of his chocolate-filled cream donuts.
This one is one of my favorites. It has a custard cream filling upon the chocolate icing.
Oh, that looks delicious. Oh. How much would that cost?
Oh, this is on the house for helping me with the delivery.
By the way, I would like to imagine that those two are just talking to them, and Darcy's the only one actually making trips back and forth at this point.
Probably.
Yeah, like you're definitely more business oriented in that regard, to where you're probably actually focusing on the job. But as far as it goes, they're probably just like rather casually moving things back and forth on a much slower pace.
Yeah, you guys are just standing there talking. Darcy's just moving back and forth. And just like, you guys are really slow at this.
Effie will take a bite of the free treat and glance at Ozin, since he's the other one who's moving very slow with helping. It's just like,
Do you like these sort of treats?
What is it?
what was it again, Heath?
Yeah, chocolate eclair.
Oh, yes!
Effie will
Sorry,
hold it out to him.
I was in an I fused for a moment. I was just
I
like, oh.
noticed, man! You're like, oh god, yes!
Just a little bit, though. You know how I am with sugar.
Oh, that is true. We didn't want you to crash on your day off.
Yeah, I mean, not the worst, but regardless.
So,
I can save the rest for you to eat later then.
Thank you. It's just, I don't know what it is, but ever since I was little, sugar would absolutely send me off, and even just one of these would send me over, so maybe just a quarter?
Oh, okay.
She'll break off about that much to hand.
Yeah. He goes ahead and just plops right in his mouth. He's thoroughly enjoying it, even though he is very much still cautious about like the chocolate. He just has to be careful. He's by no means allergic or anything. But yeah, no, he just gives you a nod of appreciation. I'm just like, thank you. Wait, no. Thank you.
Effie gives a delighted little laugh and then puts the rest of it away.
Darcy just walks back with the last crate delivery, just like, alright. What?
He's like, by the way, have you met the owner of the bakery of the Purple Worm restaurant yet?
I haven't. I was just told to put crates down in the back. It smelled really good in there, though. Like, I am excited.
You will love it. The chef is a great man who can sear the meat and keep the flavor great inside. He's a bit of a, how shall we say, hot hit at times, but it does him the credit, yes.
As soon as he starts talking about the meat, Darcy is salivating, not drooling, but definitely salivating. It's just like, it's just looking at everyone. It's like, seeing that they probably have more deliveries to make. It's like, I don't suppose you're staying here for a bite to eat, but it's good seeing you again.
I suppose I was about to say that me and Annie were about to take a lunch break anyways. Would you like to join us, eh?
Well, of course. I was actually planning on taking the purple steak challenge.
Oh, you wish to take the purple steak challenge? That is a very good thing.
Well,
I'm
I had a
sure
light
Ferraga will
breakfast.
be more than willing to put you up for this.
Well, I had a light breakfast and I worked myself up an appetite.
He is a good friend of mine. I am sure I can all get you a good discount, yes?
Oh, you're a saint, you are.
And what can I say? With Effie teaching my little Annie such useful life skills, this is the least I can do.
As soon as he says that, Darcy has a look of very concern, confusion, and then just pushing that off so he can focus on the food.
He's just like,
That is right. You never know when something's going to try to eat you alive.
technically not wrong.
He just has this big orc grin on his face. Well, to be fair, the bigger point is there, my friend, is that any skills that is used to gut a man and remove the body parts can always be used in the butchery shop as well, eh?
I thought you ran a bakery, not a butchery.
Well, I have to say that Henry is always better with the other sorts of cooking than the bakery. She has a more savory tongue for the meats than she does for the sweets.
That's fair.
And besides,
Darcy feels a
look,
little less concerned at the moment.
Because like,
besides the butcher's boy has always had an eye on me daughter.
Papa, that is enough. She kind of jabs him.
Oh, Effie face lights up at that. She's like, "Oh, please do tell. What is this?"
It is nothing. She kind of like does that little shy thing where they do the little toe twirl thing.
Oh,
Does she
no,
like use her
please
trunk
do
to cover
share.
up her eyes?
Yeah, a bit.
Oh no, this sounds lovely. What is going on?
It is just a friend of mine. We get along well and do the talking often when we make fellow deliveries. He's a very sweet boy.
Oh,
Sweet
isn't that
nothing, he
beautiful?
is a beast of a man. A charming Goliath lad.
Goliath. Those are. I don't think I've actually. No, I've seen one, but one.
Oh, the
Have I seen a Goliath?
Oh god, yes. Goliaths are rare in certain areas, and in other areas of the Empire very plentiful. In fact, one of the lords is a Goliath. Like
Which one?
The Vulture Lord is a Goliath.
Isn't he like the military guy?
Yeah, he's the raider. The military guy, the guy in charge of the military is the Eagle Lord. The Vulture Lord is in charge of raids, and he's kind of like the shock troopers.
Oh, I probably hate his ass.
Probably. He also eats
All right.
people.
Yeah, no, absolutely hate him.
He could also rip you in half like a fucking piece of paper and use you like toilet paper when he was done. He quite capable. People watch him kill Tyrannosaurus Rexes with his bare hands.
Well, that's if he catches me first. Anyway, moving on.
Effie's just like,
Does he know that you fancy him?
Well, I have given him the eyes occasionally, and we have flirted with each other, but Papa, look at what you have made me do. I am not. I am being all flustered now.
Do you know what would be a wonderful idea?
What is it, Miss Effie?
You should look for a very cute stuffed animal and hand that to.
Do you think that would be appropriate? I do like what you say. You are very wise, Miss Effie.
Oh yes, will make him very happy.
You just see Bowery kind of wipe a little. You look over at Mr. Baguette, wipe away at tea. He's like, oh, this is so sweet. Unfortunately, Henry has not had much. As he kind of leans into Ozen and goes, I had like this. And he has had very few female friends. And since her mother has passed on, she has had very little people to do the girl talk with. Unfortunately, I am not the best with this. It is good.
Clearly.
Darcy will chime into their conversation, and he'll just say, "Oh, another thing you could try is going for a shared experience, like a play or a something of that nature. You know what I mean?"
This could be interesting as well, Mr.
And she looks you up at,
Darcy, was it not?
Aye.
Well, I will take that into account as well, my friend. And thank you.
Yes, just try to do things that might make him notice you more.
I shall take that into account, and that is very helpful. I am very much your friend.
By the way, guys, as you guys approach this door, you do notice something a little odd about the doors when you get closer.
in what way?
In the way that they're about 25 to 30 feet tall and about 15 to 20 feet wide.
We're in the right place.
Oh my fucking god.
I walk in with confidence.
Okay, I've just finished building the map because I couldn't help myself. As you walk in, the first thing you notice is there are many tabaxis, tieflings, and lizard folk as normal. A couple halflings and a few humans, but one thing you notice that's a little weird is you see an ogre, a troll, and an entite, a two-headed giant sitting at a table eating giant purple worms, and you see what can only be described grilling giant purple steaks with his bare hands, and not using spatulas or any sort of protective gloves, is a fire giant.
I walk up with the confidence of a man who is ready to take on the challenges of life. I say to him, "Good sir!"
What can I do for you, my friend?
This-
I heard a great deal about your cooking, sir. And I've come to take on the Purple Worm Challenge.
So, obviously the picture is just what I have, but as you look at this giant fire giant with his big red glowing beard and eyes, you do notice, though, the fun fact is he's got a little white chef hat on that's literally big enough that if he put it over top of Darcy, it would cover his entire body and he'd walk around like a ghost.
Oh my god, we can remedy this shit.
Giant apron that has straight up the phrase "kiss the cook" on it.
Listen, we can ratatouille this shit, alright?
Oh no.
This is a horrible idea and I love it already. Anyway, continue.
What's happened? Sorry, it's because I had to send a few texts, so I'm a little bit lost as to the context of this current situation. It's my bad.
Okay.
We're recreating a Pixar film.
You guys have
Oh,
entered
no.
the Inn of Purple Worm Steakhouse, where it is frequented by not only humans, halflings, gnolls, tabaxis, but also ogres, giants, trolls, and the chef is a fire giant in a cooking outfit. Like a
I'm
barbecue
on board.
cooking outfit.
Fire giant in a cooking fit and oh my god.
With a
I'm
Have you
on
ever seen
board.
a fire giant?
I don't think I have.
Again,
I don't think Ozen has.
Ozen. Again, weird thing about the Stormbird Empire, depending on what cities you've been to, it's between rare to almost fucking guaranteed, depending on the cities.
Okay, then perhaps, because he's been plenty of places. Like I was thinking, maybe I could see something as extravagant as a fire giant. I could see being something that he may have even performed with.
It's possible. I mean, fire giants are very high. Fire giants actually live near Imperius. Like, their main home is Volcanus, which is just literally the next city over.
Oh, so
Yeah.
I probably haven't seen one before then.
You probably haven't. They're not really one of the dark races that fled to the Greystone Lands.
Got it.
They more or less got along. Once the Empire took over, the fire giants, in fact, many of the giants, good and evil, just said, fuck it, this guy's stronger than us, we're joining. It works well when you actually can flip a fire giant with one hand, and they respect that shit.
Darcy just walks, is like, I'm here to take the challenge.
Oh, you are here for that challenge. That is great. Well, yes, he is my friend. Dowdy, my buddy.
And he comes down and he just pats the orc, like, on the shoulder, like 2 fingers, covering his entire shoulder.
I love it.
And I will have to ask though. Darcy will say, I also heard there was a prize if I managed to get through it all.
Ah, yes. You are looking for the special. If you are able to finish the entire meal, you and your entire table eats for free, as well as you get a special shot that says, I am the champion of the Purple Worm Steakhouse.
Done.
Oh dear, he's going to vomit.
Well, let me get to work and
You just see Faraga look in the back, and you see one of those giant, 10-foot barrels bring out a tiny jug with his 2 hands, and just plops on a giant purple, a section of giant purple worm on the table, whips out a massive 2-handed broadsword bigger than 2 of you combined, and just starts hacking up at the meat, making steaks out of it.
Darcy's just rubbing his hands together. He's like, it looks over at you two. He's like, I'm sorry, I'm very excited about this. I always make it-
Sorry, but I'm afraid of the bill that might come if you don't succeed.
That's a very good question. I look at him. I'm like, how much does this cost, by the way?
Oh, this is an expensive challenge, my friend. You will be looking at probably 5 gold for the attempt.
Ah, okay, that's fine.
And the meal for the rest of us, as long as we do not pig out like Mr. Darcy, should work out to be about 5 silver apiece. But considering I am one of his favorite customers and we are such good business friends, I could probably dip that down to 3 silver apiece. Yes? Oui, oui.
All right.
Okay, a few minutes sit down as you guys sit at the table to chat. You know what? Because there's no way Enyi wouldn't. Enyi sits next to Effie.
They're good buds. All right, I'm ready for whatever you have. I'm ready to do whatever I have to.
While
Wait,
we're waiting, Effie is like quietly demonstrating with a fork how to use it
Let's-
as a weapon.
Let us be realistic real quick. If Ozen and Enyi can replace each other in terms of this spot.
Yeah, fair enough. That was randomly shoved down.
Yeah.
As you guys sit and talk, the fun fact is you hear just Enyi going on.
So, you take the knife and then you twist it?
Oh my fucking god.
If you don't do it properly, it'll take longer for them to die. Though I suppose that can be circumstantial. Sometimes you want that.
You think the jugular is the best place to go to then, or is it more likely for the heart?
The heart is a little more difficult sometimes because of the ribs.
When you start speaking about the jugular, he thinks back to that guy who caught the knife with caught the blade with his neck, and he's just like,
Darcy will just pat Ozen on the back and just go, "It's okay. I'm with you." All right, so where's this food?
So after it takes time, man. Purple worm takes time to cook.
I know, but this is D&D. We can just say a year takes 5 seconds. Come on.
I know.
I'm ready for this. I'm ready for this.
After like a good 20 minutes worth of
good.
wait time, as you see this giant plate as Firaga,
the fire giant chef comes and places
four giant-sized steaks on top of Darcy's plate.
wait a minute. Oh, you're supposed to eat all of these.
Well, better get
Darcy,
started.
what the hell?
Ah!
Roll.
Darcy starts to...
Okay, first off, roll me your con save.
Effie's gonna pat Ozen's shoulder and just be like,
Sometimes people need to learn the hard way.
Oh god. So as Darcy starts piling food in his mouth, he starts eating the first purple steak, and with after about the first, he's already looking like he's, oh god. Oh,
Wait, can I use my lay on hands to make myself feel better?
yeah, that's not exactly how fullness works there, Michael.
Hold
this
on.
isn't a disease or poison. This is just your
Yeah.
stomach being bloated.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
Listen, a 14 is not bad to start off with.
No, that's why you didn't fail. Yes, you
I do the
finished
little, I do the
first
food
steak.
bump.
You finished
Do
the
the food
first
bump.
steak and you pushed it aside. Meanwhile, everybody else has gotten a much more like smaller steak and they're just kind of eating it quite
Darcy,
gently.
are you sure that you want to do this?
I've already committed. What? Succeed or fail? You can't ever say Darcy Shellside never tried. And I go back in!
Roll a con save.
Fortunately, this is what I like about you. And he's gonna go ahead and give him
Okay.
bardic inspiration.
Oh, thank you. I will use that later.
Darcy starts eating. He's like, oh, okay, now you're starting. You work some room in, and you're starting to get your stomach's kind of settling in as you finish off the second steak. You're still a little bloated, but you got through it. As you just okay. As you look up, it's like everybody else has finished eating. And then they're just watching Darcy eat. You've noticed after they finish the second steak, a small crowds kind of start gathering around him as they look at him eating.
I look at Fire. I'm just like, do most humans get this far?
You are doing better than most, my friend. Let's see what you can finish with, though.
Another con save.
All right. I will use
No!
a bardic
Yeah,
inspiration.
use it. Go for it. It's a D6, I believe, Ozen.
Wait, we're 5th level. It's a D8 now, isn't it?
Is it a D8 it's 5th, or is it still a D6? That's what I'm asking.
Oh,
It is.
sorry,
It's
I
a
messed.
D8.
I messed up when I had leveled. I didn't mean to take a level in fighter. I did mean to take a level in 5th. My bad. I'm not sure if that matters. I'm gonna undo it when I get the chance, but I
So
would
you're
have a
5th level
D8.
bard?
I am a 5th level. So
Okay,
yeah.
don't forget that you rolled, I think you rolled a 1 on your 8D, didn't you?
Whew, yeah, so I have to do some reversals, but it should
Yeah.
be fine.
Yeah, because you rolled an 8 on your hit point
Or-
upgrade for the D8.
I'm trying to think. Because, like, I was yeah. Actually, I can't speak.
This is important
Well,
because I mean, you picked fighter.
Yeah, I know this is important, so I have to think because I have to think back as to like why I specifically had chosen this. But given the path that they're taking now with this whole vacation, I'm like, did he? I'll hold on to it. So it's a D6. It's a D6.
D6. Mike, Darcy, roll it. No, you
No.
going for the third stake? You're up. Just.
Wait, is there any way I can force myself not to throw up at this instant? Just anything.
Roll me one more con save at disadvantage.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, disadvantage.
Effie just had this patient look of I was waiting for this to eventually happen.
Come on, luck be a lady. Damn.
Oh! Like it is like projectile vomit. He's just like, oh!
Ah!
You see Firaga go.
Ozen will step
Every
up and
time.
get out of the sea.
Darcy will put the bucket aside, look down the steak. Now he has room in his stomach. Is it still good?
Effie will also move Enyi to safety.
Every time. Firaga
Darcy,
says,
Darcy, are you alright?
I'd say with a nat 1 con save, you are not looking very good, Darcy.
I will force myself through this if he lets me continue.
No, you puke,
no,
man. Like, any
this is-
restaurant rule, man, if you puke, you are done.
Not to mention, this is when Ozen would cut him off. At this point, he's like taking a few like napkins and is like dabbing away at his fucking face.
Yeah.
He's gone to work.
Any eating challenge where you can vomit up after you're done eating isn't much of an eating challenge.
Fair.
You're lucky because, in a way, Ozen got away just so he didn't get caught in splash. But at the same time, he's also a performer who has seen his fair share of puke. So he's handling things deftly.
Man, Firaga and Dowry have seen this so many times. I know the signs.
God.
I look
Did
at
you
him
see
and say,
Firaga just go, "Do not worry," as he waves his hand? Can you notice that he casts prestidigitation and cleans up the vomit?
"Oh, I appreciate that."
Oh
I
God,
look at-
presentation is so broken.
I look at him and say, how'd I do?
You did good, little one. And he just pats your head and, like, again, 2 fingers just in your entire head.
I give a thumbs up, and then I just fall back onto the floor and just go.
The floor?
"Ah."
Can Ozen attempt to catch him?
Sure, roll me a strength save.
Strength save? Okay.
Well,
Oh,
it's
jeez.
it's a physical thing to catch, so yeah.
Very much so. Okay. Don't fuck this up. Well, actually, no, I'm knocking on wood just because I fucking said that. Oh, well, he
What?
fucked it up.
You got attention, and you know what? With that bad a failure, not only do you fail to catch Darcy, Darcy lands on you, and you both just plop plop.
Oh, damn it. If she saw Ozen about to go down, can I try to make a grab for him?
We just have a domino effect.
Wait, how come last time it was an acrobatics check though, man? I remember the
This
last
time
time
you're
that I had
picking up
caught
dead
someone.
weight. Last time
Am
you were
I-
trying to catch
Oh.
someone from falling. This time you're trying to catch someone who's passing out. So it's more
Okay,
about the
that makes
physical
sense.
strength of holding them rather
Am I
than
able to
having them
try?
recover. Sure, Effie, you can now make a strength check at disadvantage because there are 2 of them.
Please, Effie. It's really too funny.
Yeah,
no.
Effie's like, but you just can't hold them both up as they slip through your fingers.
Darcy is just on the floor in a food coma, just going, worth it!
Darcy will roll him off.
Ah,
Darcy,
every bite was delicious.
you are dense in more ways I can count.
Considering how much I ate, I don't disagree.
And
This
gonna
wasn't
look,
like this before you ate.
and he's gonna turn to you, Effie, go, perhaps maybe I should ignore the suggestion about the play after all?
About what?
The play, where he was giving her suggestions about how to get a date.
This is something entirely different. This was a culinary experience. And everything was worthwhile. Ah. Darcy has no regrets. One day I'll be back, better than ever, and I will win. Listen, one more level and I get to add a +4 to all my saves.
You monster.
Effie will look at everyone but Darcy on the floor as she helps Ozin back onto his feet and is just like,
Should we return to eating now that everything's cleaned up?
Yeah, he seems a little bit encumbered. I'll carry his cost.
I got it. And
No, you
Darcy
fucking don't.
will weekly go for his coin purse and just put 5 gold next to him.
No,
And just,
no, he pushes it back.
It's-
This is
Listen,
like every time I've ever eaten with my mother and grandmother in a restaurant. I'll pay. No, I'll pay!
I just look at him dead in the eyes with a weak stare. I say, "This is my grave, and I dug it. I
And I'm the
appreciate
one-
your kindness, but this is something I must do.
And
It
you're
is my
saying-
failure, but it will be my triumph one day."
And you're saying I haven't pulled you out of the grave before at all? And he's gonna push the gold back, and he's gonna pull out his own.
As Darcy is literally entering a food coma.
Oh my fucking god.
I'm trying to think of any spell I could cast to make myself feel better.
Effie's just deadpan staring at Darcy
Okay,
on the floor.
The problem is, you're not suffering a disease, nor are you suffering from any sort of poison or illness. You are just suffering from being an idiot and overeating. There is literally no magic that
Yes.
can help that.
I'm trying to look. I'm thinking to myself, how
Nothing can
about?
cure idiocy.
Does anyone know enlarge/reduce?
Shut up.
No.
Darcy is just on the ground, not disappointed in his decision making at all.
And he just looks over at Effie and goes, is this a normal thing for your friends to do?
She gives her again. She goes. This whole time she's been having like a delighted smile when talking to Annie, but she puts her more polite smile that she gives everyone. It's just like,
Friend is a very, 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 very strong word.
Ozun will give an endearing and yet, what do you call it? Concerned yes. Just,
And he,
yeah.
then he looks over at Darcy and looks over at Effie and goes, oh, I understand. Gives you a wink. He is what you would say. A tolerated acquaintance?
A what?
Tolerated acquaintance.
Oh my fucking god.
Effie pats the top of her head and just like,
You are so smart.
You know, I still can hear you.
I'm not trying to be quiet.
I don't know why you're mad. I'll be fine. This is normal. This is how
Darcy,
I
you look
celebrate.
like you're Darcy, you look like you're 6 months in.
And
that's one.
I'm not mad. Believe me, people know when I am mad.
They would not like you when you are mad.
Oh, you don't want to see that.
Darcy, do you need to be taken to bed or something?
Nah, I'm fine. And Darcy will get up and sit up at the table. Oh.
You know, Mr. Darcy, perhaps I have something that would be very useful for you?
A breath mint?
Well, I was thinking of a different thing of my own concoction. You see, selling so many sweets and goods, people get upset dummies around me. So I was able to talk to a gnomish alchemist friend of mine, and we were able to come up with an interesting way of handling these stomach upsets.
I'm down. What's up?
Here you go. We call them yum-yums.
And he hands you a little pill. It's pink and chalky.
Pink bismuth.
No questions asked. I down it.
You feel the gurgling in your stomach settle slightly as you basically took this world's equivalent of a Tums.
What's a Tums?
Never had a Tum, man? Is that a Canadian thing?
No,
it's not.
I've had Tums too. It's usually either people are like Tums or Pepto. Usually.
Yeah. Tums is like a solid form of Pepto. It's
I
basically
don't know what that
it's-
is.
It's something- Jesus, man, that's weird.
Guys.
That's-
Guys, you're talking about, like, medicine. You do realize I don't have the money for medicine, right?
Dude, this isn't medicine. This is literally like something you could buy for $5 over the counter for like 400.
Too rich for my blood.
They are just anti-acid influxers, so it settles your stomach when you eat spicy or too much food.
Darcy will be like, oh. Starts going for the salad.
Yeah.
As a common frequenter of diarrhea thanks to lactose intolerance, yeah, Pepto is my savior.
Darcy will just start eating the salad. Just,
Yes.
Oh my god.
what? I feel better.
See, if you say so.
Very
I actually worked really good.
In any case, for the rest of us, how about we order some dessert, eh? I give them a special dessert for tonight's dinners.
I could go for dessert. Darcy is a man who can, when he indulges, goddamn, will he keep going?
I still hate how Ozan likes them both for such different reasons. And
Darcy is a determined idiot. Effie's
You
a
know what?
sweetheart.
I'm just gonna say it straight out.
yeah, those are
Ozan-
his two types.
Oh god, I'm just gonna say it too. When Darcy likes to indulge when he's having a good time, Ozan knows all about that. In any case,
I have delivered this special thing for my good friend Ferraga. I have delivered him over 24 of the chocolate lava cakes.
Ooh, that sounds good.
chocolate?
Indeed, Miss Effie, I figured you would be interested.
Isn't that like a dark chocolate, though?
Oh, there are sweet ones and dark ones, but I will have the sweet ones for her.
I really
Yeah?
like sweets. They make me happy.
It is very good. You cut it open and the chocolate melts in your mouth within a molten and c'est magnifique. With this
What?
icing sugar on top.
If eyes could be sparkling.
Who says it can't?
We
They, for the pale and black pattern that is her color pattern, the only color is in her eyes, which are a violet purple color. It's just like they got that happy, excited.
Yeah, they go from nightshade to starry sky. Just like, oh man.
They're always like a bright shade of purple, but now it's like sparkle, sparkle, yay, yum.
True.
They have a sweet little strawberry on top with the icing sugar. They are delicious.
so basically, for those of you who don't know what a chocolate lava cake is,
Oh, I know.
Lava cake is my favorite food in the whole world.
I've never had it. I've never had the luxury of being able to have something like that, but
oh
goddamn,
god,
this is
I had
good.
some in Vegas. Fuck, man, it just, oh god.
I have never had person.
It is so good, especially with vanilla ice cream.
Oh yes, Jesus, yeah, my God, you are right there, Nikki. It is one of
Man.
the best desserts ever.
But isn't it like super expensive though?
Yeah, define
Uh,
super expensive.
You can find cheap box versions or make it yourself.
Yeah,
Listen,
I mean,
I will not cheat myself on that first experience with chocolate
well,
lava cake.
if you
alright?
go to Vegas at any time there, Michael, go to the Wicked Spoon.
The Wicked Spoon.
It was
I've
only
only-
$30 for the buffet, and they had some of the best chocolate lava cake I've had.
I've only ever had cheap versions, and even the cheap versions are so delicious. My
Oh,
absolute favorite. I always skip on birthday cake and get lava cake.
Oh God, yeah, no, lava cake is quite amazing.
See, I'm
Sorry.
a fan of pineapple upside down cake.
Though I am glad that I picked your favorite dessert out of randomness sake, just because it fit well with Fire Giant.
I don't eat food. I inhale food. I don't really have very many preferences. I just if it's good. It's mine now.
Well,
That's a good way to live.
That works. Considering I'm a cook for a living, I tend to acquire some skills.
He.
Yes.
You want him to
So-
teleport food?
Impromptu trip to Canada.
Hey man, if
Hey.
you ever came to my home, I have a family restaurant that I work for, man. My brother and my sister-in-law owns it, and I help run it with them as one of the cooks.
Oh wow.
Before I say something stupid, and I will, perhaps we should continue to the campaign.
That is true. So you guys
I'm getting very, very elated right now, and I'm afraid that I will reach a point of no return very quickly, very soon. So I should, yes, let's refocus.
All
okay,
right,
so
back in.
as we're back into the game as well, this is a fire giant. So as you guys get like a giant thing of lava cake that is literally like the size of like a birthday cake plopped down in the middle of the table for you guys to dig in on.
I just look
am
at him
cur-
and just
you
like,
know what? I'm gonna
"Can we
have to
get
do
two?"
this. Effie, I need one more will save, and I'm gonna make this a disadvantage because this is.
Oh, jeez, what?
as soon as I see her like lay eyes on it, I'm like, can we get another one, please?
Hey, once again, Effie is able to resist from digging her head in the lava cake like a cow in a trough.
Oh my fucking god!
But she's still shakingly, like, as she cuts into it, as the hot molten chocolate just seeps from the cake.
Ozen
Put
just
some in
starts
the mouth.
passively, what do you call it, drooling, as the forbidden fruit, knowledge of good and evil is right in front of him, but he already had his take of sugar, so he's so conflicted right now.
I
You
put
know
a
what?
bowl of salad in front of you.
He just got away from being extremely hot and bothered, and now he's experiencing the same thing but with food, and I hate it.
Effie looks at Ozen's like look of oh god at the lava cake and is just like,
Today is a relaxed day. You should indulge a little bit.
she'll scoop some. She'll pick up his spoon to scoop some and then hold it up to him.
He just has like this dark twinkle in his eye as he like looks at the
Darcy
cake.
just rubs his back, just like, whatever happens, I'm here for you. Besides, I could probably bring you down.
Dowry just looks at you and is like, "Come on, my friend, you do not wish to insult me by not trying one of my best recipes?"
Oh no! Now you made it personal stakes.
It is just
Oh.
one bite. Please, it's so good.
Oh, all
I
right.
also
but-
feel like a drug pusher at this point.
yeah.
A wee bit.
Well, I mean, you know,
Is he
this is a
sub-offer?
nice commemoration because we know what happened last time when he got a sugar high and crash.
Oh, no,
Followed
no,
with
no.
another crash.
No.
Take the
because-
offering.
Can I do a save?
Yeah, but it's gonna be a disadvantage at this point just because of the way you've
That's fine.
described. Wisdom
That's
save,
fine, that is-
disadvantage.
All right. Oh,
No! You're just you know what you don't just do it. You can't fucking hold on. You just handful grab it and like
Effie was holding it up to his mouth, so she pushes the spoon in his mouth.
okay. That's a
Darcy's
good
just
meter.
wide-eyed. Darcy's a little wide-eyed, just like, Jesus, is that what I look like?
And he kind of looks back because I'm assuming like he basically got before like Ozen could really dive in. It's like the spoon instead,
Yeah.
and he just kind of like looks back with like a almost a crazed look in his eye with like with the spoon inside of his mouth, and he like goes ahead and takes it out. It's completely licked clean within like a half second. Yeah, kind of.
Darcy just gives a thumbs up. I support your decision making.
No,
As Darcy will just take a spoonful of the cake as well.
It just melts as
Alright.
that hot, steamy chocolate gooiness goes into your mouth.
what is this food porn? What is it?
We wanted to go to I suggested going into a nice restaurant for a food challenge, and now we're here.
Right?
This
Yeah.
is just a challenge. This is just enjoying yummy food.
It is.
You go look at Enyu, who's eating it, who just has a spoon in her trunk as she just shovels the cake into her mouth.
By the way, if I see Ozen starting to get like really, like get a really good sugar high going, I'm just gonna give him 5 points of lay on hands to mitigate it.
That's technically not poisoning though.
Yeah,
No, it's a
sugar
chemical in
high,
your body.
It's not a poison though. There's a very specific thing that makes a poison.
Yeah, it's just a specific chemical reaction that is not helped by his fault of genetics in that specific area.
Yeah,
I will look through my character sheet to see if I can find anything to help you.
But you know, oh no, I'm not gonna say it. No.
You're gonna be
never
very
mind.
energetic in bed, is what I'm hearing.
You know Ozen so well. Wow.
It's what I'm here for, babe.
Oh my fucking god. Anyway.
As you guys devour this sweet, delicious, nuggety googer chocolate, one that just melts off the tongue with the just hint of the strawberry on top to make it all the more interesting. You
Would a
feel your-
moonbeam help your situation?
Huh? No, he's gonna look at his thought. Huh?
I said, would a moonbeam help your situation out at all?
I mean, I have him fine, but I mean, what? Sorry. What are you suggesting?
Moonbeam. It's a great spell that I have. It makes problems go away. I just learned it, and I was told via the entities that teach me my magics that it's very good at making problems go away. I'm assuming, based on the context they gave me, that it means that it makes you not feel like you have a sugar high.
I'm almost positive that means. And he'll like take the spoon that's in his hand and like cross it across his neck. Pretty sure that's the
Darcy-
kind of stuff that they were talking about.
Darcy stops to think. You know, when you point it out like that, and you can see him think really hard for a second.
While Darcy's thinking, Ozen's going to take a spoonful of the chocolate lava cake, and he's going to then hand off the proverbial spoon, the mic, to Darcy. He's like, "Wanna?"
Oh yeah, sure. And I'll take it.
All right.
And then Darcy then says, after he gets a good spoonful and eats it, like I'm sure it's wonderful, he then says, I should probably test out my spells before I use them.
Yeah, that's usually a good idea. And by usually, I mean all the time.
Nah, 1 out of 5.
I suppose.
Alright. And Darcy stands up, surprisingly energetic despite everything that's happened here today. Whew! I feel great!
Why are you so... What is that word? Spry.
Mainly because I got, like, one of the best meals of my life, and I'm still very happy about it.
Alright.
It's all up here, as Darcy taps the side of his head. All up here.
I guess. It's nice to see you so energetic, I guess. And as he says energetic, he's beginning to feel it.
Oh no. Do I just see the pupils dilate?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. Hey, I think I saw an obstacle course down the street.
Did you say obstacle course?
Aye.
I mean,
That might not be a good idea. Ozen, you said you were feeling so.
I don't know what you're talking about, Effie. I feel absolutely fine right now. Just completely a little bit more of a spry feeling myself. I kind of feel like, kind of like Audrey's type of energy, where she's kind of like bouncing around and all over the place. I kind of feel like I could take on the world, frankly, right now. And, probably some other things.
As he's saying all of this, Darcy just leans over to Effie. I'm like, we gotta let him burn himself out.
I don't want him to hurt himself.
He's not gonna hurt himself.
I'm sure I'll be fine.
Besides, if anyone gets hurt, I can always patch him up.
No.
What do you mean, no? I'm great at healing people.
She means that she does not wish Mr. Ozen to be hurt, Mr. Darcy. It is not the fact that you can mend him, but the pain to begin with.
I'm sure he'll be fine.
Effie looks at Darcy and just goes like,
I see that our conversation is not really sunk into your head yet.
While this is
Wait.
happening, Ozen's going to go over to this area and try to do a handstand.
I just look
Effie's
at
gonna
him.
quickly go over to grab him to stop him.
I just look at him like the man.
Okay,
He's a
okay.
grown-ass man. He can do
First
whatever he
off,
wants.
Roll me a grapple check, Effie Ozen. You are contesting it.
What's the grapple again?
You
For
need to
you,
roll me
it's
an athletics,
athletics.
Effie, and Ozen would be acrobatics or athletics. But
As you
consider-
start moving away,
Okay, you go into grab. You failed miserably, Ozen. Please roll me another acrobatic check to do your handstand.
Alrighty.
Hey, you do a nice handstand up in the air.
He's gonna do a little bit of walking, and it's just like, see, I'm completely fine. I don't know exactly why you're causing all of it. I'm completely fine.
Oh,
Okay.
Ozen, please.
I look
Acrobatics
at-
at disadvantage.
I look at Effie. I'm like, and Darcy will just say, "Listen, he's a grown-ass.
Acrobatics
man.
at
You want-
disadvantage?
Yeah, because you're walking on your hands high as fuck on sugar.
Hey man, that gives me superpowers.
Hey, you're fine. You're just
Darcy will just lean over to Effie and like, listen, he's a grown-ass man. If he gets a little sugar high, he needs to burn it off. That's what he does.
Sure, if it were something that might not potentially get him hurt.
You trip, you fall, you scrape your knee, you get up, and you keep moving. That's how I was told to handle things when I was young.
Oh no, don't worry, Darcy. She's just kind of a little bit concerned for me. I mean, I kind of get it. My arms still kind of feel like jello, but right now they feel like steel.
Can Effie try to stop him again?
Fun fact, now roll me a athletics check, Ozen.
Oh no.
As your
I mean-
arms start to...
Oh!
Effie, try to catch him. Effie, try to catch him.
Effie, roll me a athletics check to catch him. You catch him, you do catch him so he doesn't hit too hard, but you do get just a little slow. He doesn't fall all the way down, but he does hit his head before you catch him.
Oh! Ozen will
Effie-
spring up and it's just like, I'm okay.
Ozen, please, could you please take a breather and stop?
You just hear a tap on, you just feel a tap on your shoulder. Effie goes, Miss Effie, would you like me to perhaps put him down for a moment so he could get some rest?
Do you mean that magically or physically?
I could do a bit of the sleeping powder.
Effie kind of looks around, not sure. Oh no, she's so torn.
I just say, I'm like, listen, he's an adult, he's a grown-ass man. If he scrapes himself while running a bit, that happens. When I was a kid, if I scraped my knee, my father just told me to get up and keep running. That's how you learn.
This is different. He could actually hurt himself.
Ozen, what are you doing?
Right now, I'd like to say that he's just kind of like spry looking between the both of them. I'd say a small bead of blood begins to drip from his forehead as he
Oh
kind of...
dear.
Effie's gonna quickly try to wipe that away and use Cure Wounds.
Okay, so you cast Cure Wounds on his slightly abrased head.
It's like, I don't know what you did that for, but I mean, I suppose it's nice. You kind of fixed my bangs a little bit. So what are we up to next? mountain climbing or something of the sort, obstacle running. I just have a.
Listen, he can't hurt himself that badly as long as he's not doing something stupid like juggling his swords.
If I didn't try to catch him, he could have hit his head much harder.
Listen, I hit my head a ton when I was a kid. I turned out fine.
Mr. Ozen, would you please drink this, please? As Enyi hands you a small cup of steaming liquid, Ozen.
A small cup of steaming liquid? I mean, I'm not exactly thirsty, but, I mean, what is it?
It is a special tea made by Mr. Figara. It should help calm your nose a little.
Yeah, sure, why not?
So you down the tea?
Yep.
Okay, you down the tea and
In case it like
doesn't make
hits
you go to
sudden,
sleep.
in case it hits suddenly, Effie is gonna like have her hands at the ready in case his legs give out from exhaustion.
So Ozen, you don't crash quite thing, but what this does is kind of ends up like a balanced nature of where the energy hits you with a low kind of like dopamine like drop to like make you chill down. As the hot tea kind of makes you kind of go slow.
I feel very numb right now, and I don't enjoy it.
Here,
It
I
will
gotcha.
only last for a few seconds, and then it will balance out, trust me.
Sure. I just,
Very good.
Effie's watching to see it for any change.
I told you he'd be fine.
You kind of feel this like, whoa, moving
Hey!
to go.
Darcy.
Aye.
He kind of like reaches over and like doesn't mush, but kind of like pokes his face in in different areas repeatedly. You know, your skin's like
What's it like?
kind of squishy.
I mean, I've been told I have soft features.
Effie looks at it and he's just like,
What was it you gave him again?
It was just a bit of a sort of specialty. It is to cool the nerves and calm the body. So generally you are supposed to sip it and not down it in one gulp. So
That would have been perfect to mention before.
It's a hot tea! She didn't expect you to go.
Yeah, well, while Ozen's on
I
like,
know, but she.
softcore crack, he
I
doesn't
know,
exactly
right?
think that.
You took
Darcy will
softcore
just kinda
crack,
grab him
and
by
now
the
you
shoulders,
basically
like-
took softcore pot to balance you out. So...
He is squeezing
Darcy will-
Darcy's cheek.
Darcy will just kind of like grab, like just sort of wrap his arms around his shoulders, just like, all right, let's sit down. You can touch up my beard as much as you want. Come on.
But it's like so stringy. How did you even get it to be this long? Like what?
Years of practice. Anyway, come on, sit down. And
So-
he'll just kind of guide him over to the table.
So as you sit down, after a few minutes, your body starts finally balancing out after the two extremes.
All
Oh,
right.
I'm sorry. He like realizes that his hand is like basically splayed over the other's face, and he's just like, sorry, that was rather indecent of me.
Nah, it's fine. I kind of look and I'm like, see, I told you he'd be fine.
Well,
Effie doesn't say anything. She's got an indiscernible look on her expression, just takes a seat.
And he sits beside her and goes,
he is not the most observant man, is he?
as she whispers into Effie's ear.
Effie just quietly scoops some cake, because cake makes her happy.
What do you do?
you know what? How about this? Instead of obstacle courses and rooftop running and the several other things that I was thinking about, how about we play something a little bit more? How about like, I don't know. Have you all played Truth or Dare or something before?
Darcy just
Are we
stares
about?
off.
Okay, I'm just gonna pause right here. Are we actually getting into D&D, Truth and Dare?
I'm not opposed to the idea, but as soon as you say that,
It's an interesting. Never done it before. Let's go for it. Why the fuck not?
as soon as you say truth or dare, Darcy just stares off into the wall, and then comes back. No, I've never played.
What is
Insight check.
Oh, roll.
All right. Oh, wonderful.
Darcy, you roll me. You know what you got to do. Make a
Yeah, I
gem
know, I know.
layer.
Yep.
He's never played before.
Huh. Well,
So, how do you play?
it's simple. Yeah, you just kind of take up a bit of a turn order, and you simply ask a person if they would like to do a truth, tell the truth on something, whatever it may be, or dare. In this particular case, it could be anything wild as, well, what I just did just a second ago versus, I don't know, something a bit more sinister. It could be all sorts of things. It can really be an opportunity to really mess with someone if you absolutely want to.
Alright.
But for this case, just because of how, let's say that there can be a third option. You know, if you absolutely do not want to,
And you
Pound back
holds
a
up
drink.
a hand.
Done!
oh yeah, it's like, Enya, you don't have to play if you don't want.
I would very much like to play, but how does drinking make it sound like a punishment if you do not do the other two?
Because it adds up after a while.
Yeah, it does. Which will
Suppose so.
probably make you a little bit more susceptible to doing a truth or a dare, depending on what kind of drunk you are. Weakens your walls, one could say.
I'm
But
in!
anyway, alright, well, you're new. Ask someone out of, I guess... Dari, are you playing?
Do not say why not. It sounds like jolly good fun, huh?
And you're saying out.
No, I shall play. I have not played this game since I was a little girl, but it should be fun to do again.
Alright. You are of... Are you of legal drinking age?
That is a very good question.
Well, it would depend how you define legal.
Alright, you only get option 1 and 2. Let's start!
I mean,
Alright,
Yes,
hey,
gotta go.
Darcy,
You know
you
what?
start off.
To be fair,
she goes, to be fair, in Marcel, the children drink at a very young age.
I suppose.
I look over to our father, I'm like, alright, first off, is that true? Second off, yeah,
Well, it is
she's
true
your
you
child.
have the, she can have the wine. Children in Marcel drink the wine all the time. But only a
Don't-
sip, Henry. You are not to get plastered, my dear little girl.
as you look over when he calls this dear little girl who probably weighs about 500 to 800 pounds.
Well, I'm not gonna tell someone how to raise their kid. Let's go. Let's go.
Darcy, you go up first since you're new.
So,
Pick somebody out of us four and ask either truth or dare, and they can choose, and then you give them. Basically, it's a pick your poison type, I suppose.
okay. So if I were to say, point to you, and I say truth or dare, you get picked.
I'm sorry, was that an example or a?
Let's just say I'm doing it for now.
Oh, then I would pick either truth or dare, and usually I like to start things off with a nice truth.
All right. Truth. All right. Truth. 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 Truth.
Anything, and I'll try to answer to the best of my. Oh, slipping into a different accent. Anything, and I'll try to answer as honestly as I can.
All right. Have you ever accidentally walked in on someone who was indecent?
Multiple times in my business.
All right.
I can't help it. And he goes,
And what sort of business that you work in on people indecent, Mr. Ozen?
Let me make things clear. I'm a performer, and a lot of times, whenever people are getting on their costumes, and sometimes in specific circuses and whatnot, they're not exactly changing rooms. So everybody kind of just does it amongst one another. And other times, you walk in earlier, and you find somebody who is already in the mix. And
Oh, I see. For a second, I
Yeah.
thought you were working at Zebrather for a moment.
no, two
You have the
entirely
legs for it.
two entirely different types of sword swallowing.
She kind of gives a head tilted back for a second. He's like, "Oh, I get it."
No, you don't. Please, Les, just say you don't. Anyway, alright.
By the way, Ozen,
uh,
you look over at Dowry, who kind of gives you a bit of a displeasured look.
Yeah, like it's one of those moments where Ozen says something without actually being aware that he's just like, oh, right, yeah,
I look at him and I say, so it's your turn now. Yeah.
yeah. Let's go. Effie, truth or dare?
Has a scoop of cake in her mouth, thinks for a moment, and then is like,
Truth.
All right, then. For this case, what were your plans? No, that's not exactly a. Oh no, I suppose. What were your plans when you were deciding suddenly to take Inyu with you?
Effie looks over at Enyi and then looks over at Ozen and is just like,
My plan was to get a reaction from everyone.
Oh, so that was just a joke. I mean, I know you by now, but before it was completely out of left field.
she like raises both brows with a like, not really saying much other than,
Am I meant to answer 2 questions?
Oh, no. I mean, if you want to, but it's nothing. You can continue on with asking whoever.
Oh, is it my turn?
Yeah.
she looks at the floor for a second, seeming to consider something that's on her mind, and then shakes her head, seeming to just push it to the side and thinks of something else, and looks at Enyi and says,
Well, truth or dare?
I suppose I shall start off with the truth, like everyone else.
Have you ever thought of killing someone?
Looks up. There was this boy when I was growing up as a little girl who used to try to pull my trunk. I definitely imagine pushing him in the river once or twice. On watching
Is
him
there a river
drown.
around here?
There is this. This was not actually an Imperius.
Oh, okay.
That,
Never mind.
that is perfectly normal.
pats the top of her head.
Your turn.
Okay. I should look at Mr. Darcy. Truth or dare?
You know what? Let's mix things up a little bit. I'll go with dare.
Okay.
She kind of thinks and thinks for a minute.
Mr. Darcy, I dare you to.
She thinks really hard for a moment.
I dare you to. I know. I dare you to stand up on the table and shout out that you are the greatest. The greatest fool that ever lived.
Darcy sits for a second. It's like, fuck it. Darcy will get up on the table and just say, I'm a man who's made many mistakes, and you may call me the greatest fool who's ever lived. Looks down, satisfied.
This is very good.
Plops back down on the table. Plops back down in his seat.
Also, we'll give him a pat on the back as he comes back down. Alright, I guess it's your turn then, Darcy.
Oh, that's right. Mr. Baguette, you've been left out of the game. Truth or dare?
Oh, I suppose I will take the dare.
Alright. I dare you. I dare you to do a... Oh, I know. I dare you to do a backflip.
Oh, this was not in my head there, but I shall give it a try.
As he hops up.
Darcy rubs his hands together, ready to give a lay on hands. Mr. Miyagi style.
Rolls a 16.
Toda.
Hey!
He'll go ahead and give his following of applause as well.
Very good, Papa. Well, I was quite
Damn,
scared
the
of
nice-
this one when I was a boy. It seems that I still have the touch.
Clearly.
Indeed. Alright. Your turn, I guess.
Okay. I will go to say you, Miss F.A. Truth or dare?
Can I insight check if Dowry is a trustworthy person?
Sure. But, trustworthy's a weird one to go. Yeah, you got no clue.
I believe she said truth.
Did I say truth?
There was like a small chirp of noise. I was like, okay.
Oh, sorry. I'll hold down my push to talk longer.
No, you're
Okay,
good.
yeah, I didn't hear you say either. Yeah, he goes, he gotta rubs his chin. Truth and okay, Miss Effie. I shall be ask you the questions then. That will either stroke my ego or break it. Where did you have the best food in this city so far?
Thinks very hard about that for a moment.
Well, in all honesty, this cake was my favorite.
Oh, there you have done me great honor. It is after all my cake.
Alright, Miss Effie, your turn. Who are you asking?
Thinks for a moment. She'll ask. Oh,
Truth or dare?
Then I usually like to follow up with the dare, so... What do you have got for me, Effie?
she thinks really hard again for a moment. Clearly, still trying to get used to how this game works. And then,
Yeah.
Oh,
you see her kind of lower her head a bit, and she's just like,
I dare you to pat the top of my head.
Sorry, 1 second. My heart needs to recover. That was so fucking wholesome. Angina. Oh. Okay. Okay, I've recovered. Sure. Okay. Kind of reaches up and just kind of like a pat rub, like very similar to how one would pet a dog. He's just like not very sure. He doesn't want to tap her head with his entire palm, but it's very odd, but he follows through.
a genuine small smile comes to her face, and she's definitely for a bit now had a bit of kind of a strange look to her gaze, but she has a more genuine small smile to her face again, and then waits until you're finished to straighten her back again and say,
Oh, that was wonderful.
Oh, good. He's like, he's puzzled by it, but he didn't mind it at all. So he's kind of has like this half smile. Alright then, return the favor. To the dead, Darcy.
Well, considering I haven't picked truth yet, although there's only been 2 options, I'll pick truth.
Alright. Let me think. Alright. Just because you're so guarded. 2 compliments for everyone at the table. I want to know what you think.
Okay, not sure that fits the parameters of the question, but sure. You?
Oh, right, yeah. It's revealing the truth, but that was a dare, wasn't it? Okay,
I mean, I
Then-
can do it if you want.
No, it's okay. I have to follow the rules myself. It's been a while. Alright then, Then I guess, shoot, I'm completely struck out of luck. I guess I'll just give you an easier one then. In this regards, then... Did you actually think you could have finished that entire meal?
Without a doubt in my mind, I knew there was a possibility.
Oh,
And I guarantee you, I'll be back to finish it off one day.
Wasn't this... It's like a smile, but he's also shaking his head, like this guy. Alright. I'm... Wow. Just wow. Alright, then...
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Taken, I suppose. Alright, well, it's your turn now.
Miss Effie. Truth or dare?
Well, I'm not gonna even have her insight check, so she's gonna say truth.
Now, there's one quality you could change about anyone at this table. Who would it be, and what would it be?
Effie gives him a look and it's just like,
Are you sure you want to do this to yourself?
Oh, absolutely.
To be honest, this could definitely actually be a point of self-improvement now that I think about it, but anyways.
Effie looks at him and is just like,
You said one thing.
You know what? You can make it 2 or 3 if you want.
I still have to break it down.
No. I just want them to be friends.
Darcy's
Never
still eating a
happened.
salad.
oh, she has a very hard. She's thinking very hard.
Oil, water, they'll just never mix.
You know, I feel like they could have a nice mix in between being some... I don't want to finish that sentence. Never mind. That was a very, very, very bad...
Listen, Darcy's on his day off, alright? He's just enjoying himself.
Yeah, for a while, Effie was fine with Darcy, but then the happened. She's back to not okay.
What happened? What did he do?
Remember, it's not exactly always what you do wrong. It's what you do and how a person reacts to it.
I'm so confused.
Because
And in
everybody's
this
different.
particular case, what you don't do.
What did he do?
Well, here, we're about to hear.
Yeah, apparently.
Oh well, she starts to think.
Is there a time limit on these truths?
She's just like, one moment I have to pick from a long list. Well, I suppose the top 3 would be,
And she counts out on her fingers.
you really need to work on your lack of, well, you always say you have care for people, but in terms of their well-being and health and whatnot, you do not seem to have a care in the world. So that's 1. 2, your need for, what is the word I'm looking for? The showboating. Trying to prove to everyone that you believe that you are the best. And 3, 3 would be taking into consideration other people.
Okay. Rubs his beard. Very insightful, thank you. Your turn.
Thanks for a moment. She's asked Ozen already. If she went back to Darcy, then Darcy would have another turn.
Doubles can happen. It's just
Alright, Alright, Effie will... Okay, she'll return it to Darcy then and say,
Truth or dare?
I'll go truth this time.
Man, I have to think really hard on a character.
I like how you're always saying like Darcy's trying to prove himself to be the best. It's just like, no, he just likes to do things wholeheartedly.
Truth or Dare is interesting inside of the game, and I randomly thought about it because it's a nice way to give small pieces of one's character, but at the same time, just get some fun with it in the form of dares.
Oh yeah.
I just thought about it. And I was just like, oh man, this is good. This is a good decision. I consider this a win.
Oh, I got one. Okay, she'll say, think for a moment and then say,
What do you... Well, whether it's a hobby or something, what do you love to do most in the world?
For me, Darcy said some things. There's a lot of things I like to do.
The most.
You know, I don't have to think about that one. There's a lot of things I like to do, and a lot of different varieties of activities. Personally, I like sitting on the beach and looking at the waves during sunset. It reminds me of older days.
Simpler
Okay.
times.
Yeah, simple times.
Alright. Well,
Satisfied?
Well, if you answer truthfully, then yes.
But of course, 'tis the rules of the game after all, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty then. How do you pronounce the girl's name again?
Enyi.
Inye!
Yes.
Truth or dare? It's been a while since we've gone.
We'll take the dare this time.
A dare, okay. Oh no, that could be bad. Don't do that. I got it. I dare you to order. I dare you, and I'll pay for it. But to order and eat the hottest thing on the menu, as in terms of spiciness.
I accept your challenge.
She goes over to Mr.
Mr. Figara, I would very much like to get the fire giant demonic hot wings for the table.
He nods and he brings over these little tiny chicken wings that are just covered in this like red hot sauce. It looks like it's almost glowing.
I will do that thing where what you're supposed to do in chemistry when you try to use your sense of smell to examine a chemical, where you waft it into your nose.
Yeah, it burns your nose.
I'm afraid.
You sure you don't want to back out?
She kind of gives you a glare, downs a wing, rolls a 24 or 23 con save. Oh,
There.
Oh, you are so strong.
Darcy will just like, I am legitimately impressed. Alright, you won.
You can just imagine her.
Does this
little
game have a
voice.
winner? Does this game have a winner? Like, I think she won.
I mean, technically there's no winner, but if you would all like to stop, then we can.
I would very much like one last turn, so Mr. Ozzy.
Oh, I mean, I'm going to keep going. I'm just saying, like, she won.
Then, then sure. I guess a dare in this case.
Very good, Mr. Ozzy.
she kind of looks at you and gives us,
I dare you
and she gets a little smile.
to kiss Effie on the cheek.
Remember, this is out of care, by the way. Remember, taking the drink was the option.
Oh,
If you feel
wow.
awkward about it,
me. Thanks for reminding me. I mean, let me
Effie
think.
blinks at Ozen.
Let me think. I don't know, man.
Darcy kind of gives him like a nut, like a little elbow, like,
He's
like, like the sort of like, hey, go ahead. It's all in good fun.
Okay. Let me think. Yeah, I guess since he was given the go away, the go ahead, yeah, he goes ahead and we'll just like, Effie, could you maybe lean down a little bit? You're kind of up there.
Oh, sure.
She'll lean down.
You have made a huge mistake. Rule number 1: never actually do it.
Never actually do it. No, this is good.
No, I'm kidding. Go ahead. I don't care.
Also,
Does Darcy care is a better question.
You'll find out.
in character, was
Good.
there like a long period of hesitation?
There was like I would say there was like a moment where like okay, so when Inyi said it, right, like for a moment, like Ozen had to fight his own brain to prevent him from like checking on Darcy. Because he didn't want to get her like a reaction to this. Like right now he's playing like chess with his own anxiety right now. So like he wants to make everything quick. It was literally a quick time event in his own head, like in video games. Like like he just had like this moment and it was just like
We all just see him sit there and stare at the table for a second as the decision as he processes the information in his brain, and then we're just like, hold on, I think the sugar is coming back. Okay, there it goes.
So there's a period of like he's clearly thinking his choice is over.
yeah, it's like that moment where somebody's eyes will like glaze over in concentration for like a moment before they kind of like finally make a decision. And then Ozen very much kind of went with the let's get this over with thing. And it's like, okay, it's literally in his head. It's like, it's just in good fun. It's just in good fun. It's just in good fun. But yeah, he'll go ahead and just kind of like lean over and give Effie a quick just peck on the cheek. Did that satisfy you?
Yes, that was very well done, Mr. Ozzy.
Good technique.
There's a moment. Again, another moment of an indiscernible look comes across her face before the neutral smiles back on her face. She twiddles her hair.
Alright, Olsen, your turn.
Sure. Already asked. Who haven't I asked?
Mr. Baguette. Also, I just bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Alright.
Then in this case, alright. Inye, I haven't asked you a question yet, have I? I don't think I have. Hello?
Nikki?
You there?
Oh, Effie. Which I said. I thought you said Effie. I
No.
misheard.
And you.
Inye.
Very well, Mr. Ozen. I will take the truth.
Alright. What was going through your head when you asked me to do that?
Well, I was thinking it was rather funny how that you were patting her on the head. And I thought it might be funnier, so see you give her a quick kiss.
Huh. I should mention that, like, while he's better at hiding when it comes to these things, like, he has kind of, like, from just the pressure and whatnot, he has, like, a small tinge of pink to his face, but other than that, like, he's just like, yeah. Ozen will remember that.
Also, I would have to admit, I thought that it was an interesting day.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Also, out of character, I rolled a nat 20 on the inside when you patted her on the head.
Oh, fuck! What did knowing that Ozen's full of shit!
What I miss?
Wait, doesn't that mean that Enya didn't actually tell the truth?
Wait, what I miss?
Well, there was something. It wasn't a full lie. Those two things were also true.
What did I miss?
Ozen asked what Inye was thinking when she had him do that, right? And basically she answers just like, oh, I thought it'd be entertaining, and, you know, out of character, she also rolled a nat 20 on that fucking check for the pat on the head, so she thought it'd be funny to progress things.
Got it.
And I just
Those
said
weren't
Ozen will remember
lies.
that.
It was entertaining, and she thought it would be fun. There were other reasons, but
Alright.
God damn it.
oh, sorry.
Alright.
Yeah.
Who starts next? This is fun, by the way. I'm having a lot of fun.
Oh, it would be. Wait, I guess it's mine.
You know, I know a group of like 6 individuals who would love to play this game.
Well, I'd have to meet them sometime.
They're great folk, but they just don't live in this universe. As Darcy gets a nosebleed. What were we talking about?
I have a feeling Audrey is missing out on this game horrifically.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Dowry? Truth or dare?
I guess I will take the truth the time since I dared the last.
Do you know if there are any illegal substances inside of this meat?
He scratches his chin.
There's nothing illegal about the meat. So I will admit, depending on what you eat, you may have a hard time in the bathroom later.
Darcy
Yeah,
just looks
take
up
him.
at him and just like,
Ozone
Yes,
looks
yes.
over at Darcy, and
Just to his plate.
nosebleed is mysteriously gone, and he's just like, huh.
Darcy just Darcy just gestures to his plate. It's just like, but that, not one of those meats, right?
What kind of meat? Oh.
Well, the purple worm may be a little hard on the average digestive system. It tends to, how to put this delicately, clump up.
Well, that's gonna be fun later. Alright. Your turn, by the way.
yes, very good. So, I suppose I will go to you, Mr. Darcy. Truth
Ooh,
or
me
dare?
again. I feel so popular nowadays. You know, it's been a while. I'll go with a dare.
Ah, very good. In that case, he picks a little hard on it. I dare you to do the same as my daughter and eat one of the wings.
Oh.
Not getting help from me this time.
Wait, what was the thing?
He's gonna eat one of the hot wings.
Oh.
More spicy
I had to think. What would Darcy do? Would he take? Would he rather take the drink, or would he? Or will he?
Is that Darcy's kryptonite? Spicy food.
Darcy
He
thinks
ne-
about this.
Is it like he'd never admit to it, but
Darcy will unscrew one of his water skins, use shape water to just form a little ball of ice in his hand, pick up a wing, and then just very quickly scarf it down as quickly as possible.
Hey, roll me a quick con save.
Ah, fuck me. Why couldn't you help me with this? Not bad.
Okay.
as Confucius once said, perish.
It is hotter than hell. You're not so hot. You're able to handle it where you're not like spitting the food out, but your eyes are watering. You can feel that hot, tingly burn as your face grows bright red, and you kind of like that hot breathing where you just have to breathe heavy because it's.
Any moment Darcy
Birds.
blushes is a moment to treasure and to hold deep.
Ah! Okay. Darcy will just start chewing on that ice. Can he, like, lay on hands or something to make this feel better?
Again, not a poison, man. Not everything can be laid on hand.
It's technically damage.
It's not damage. You did not take damage. You are just heat. It just hurts.
Never let it be said. Never let it be said that I will not. That I'm at least a man at work. Ow. I'm going to try that again. Let it not be said that I'm not a man of my word. Ow. Oh.
I just gotta say though, Enyi has been freaking killing it with the rolls with an at 20 followed by an 18 for her con save.
Oh my fucking god.
Enyi battle
Wonderful.
battle
So
elephant
it's-
warrior.
It's Darcy's turn next.
It is
Uh-huh.
Darcy's turn.
Does anyone want to go in particular?
What?
Dealer's choice. Your guys' choice. Who wants to go next?
I mean, you're up, and I don't know. You've asked everyone at least once, I think. You could, I guess, come back to me.
Sure. Truth or dare?
I guess I've been kind of on a roll for dares. I'm kind of known for that, given my position. Sure, then I'll go with dare again.
Hmm.
Or maybe you're more in the condition of truth.
Well, I got dare for you if you want it. Are you going truth or dare?
I'm gonna stick with my first answer.
Dare?
Yeah.
Alright. Mr. Firegra,
Oh well.
Yes, what is it?
do you have an empty barrel we can borrow?
He picks up one of the large 20-foot tall barrels.
This one is empty at the moment.
I look at those and I'm like, I dare you to do a balancing juggling act on that barrel. With the round side on the floor.
Sure. For how long?
I'll say at least a minute.
A minute?
I don't know, is that really a long time? I'm
Normally
trying
I have
not to
people-
be too bad.
Oh no, it's not actually that bad. Normally people pay me for these types of things, but I guess this is the condition of the game, so I'll go with it. Alright. And for this case, I think. I mean, did you want me to use my swords as well, or?
Nah, I don't want you to hurt yourself.
Yeah, thank God. Sure then. Any. Do you think you can create those ice balls from before?
Yeah, sure. I'll create more ice balls.
It's
Ice
crit-
balls!
You take the ice balls. Roll me a. This has got to be performance because you're doing more than just your handwork here.
Okay. Sorry, I had a moment of just like, ugh.
I'm playing to your strengths.
Let's just hope that goes through. Is it possible to give my own self a bardic inspiration? I wonder.
Unfortunately, only the no, you have to be a lore bard to self-inspire.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
that doesn't get around to like 14th level. Varric will do that at some point. Varric will just be like, you know, I'm awesome. I got this. What could go wrong?
Everything. Anyways, let's move. Yes.
Oh, yeah, you do a really nice job.
He's just kind of
performing
goes
and
through.
juggling.
Sorry,
What?
you were saying.
Listen. I didn't say you're gonna do it. Also, my tongue finally feeling better. Alright, your
Good.
turn.
Sure then. All right. Okay. Effie. Truth or dare?
Effie, who was momentarily looking at Ennie since something seemed to have been quietly been happening, she looks over at Osin and says,
Which do you already have one ready for?
Oh, either or, really.
continues fiddling with her hair while she thinks and is just like,
I suppose, dare then.
Okay. Then, this is all I could really think of. Sorry, I'm not the most creative, but name one thing you have learned from everyone at the table.
Isn't that a truth?
Not really. I'm daring you to tell the truth, really.
I feel that's kind of a work around the rules here. I don't know. Miss,
Well,
Endley.
fine. If it has to be,
Is that they circumventing the rules a bit, or you're kind of the judge here?
I'm fine with it.
well, no. I suppose. Jeez, I guess I'm not the best at this. If that's the case, I mean, if you're still fine with it, we can go through with it. But I have something else otherwise.
she looks momentarily curious about what the other thing was, but she'll go ahead with this one since this is the first one you went with and say,
Oh, well, I suppose next time around then. For this one, I can do what you request.
All right.
What was it, the specific question again?
Just one thing you've learned from everyone. In this particular case, maybe not at the table, but maybe within our group. If you both don't mind, Inyi, Dowry.
It is fine by me. I as well.
One thing I learned from everyone?
Yeah, like a lesson, something of that sort.
Something you'll carry with you.
Yeah.
thinks over her answer carefully.
Well, I suppose I learned from Darcy that There are people in the world that aren't monsters who can cause dislike.
She kind of she gives Darcy an apologetic shrug at that answer. And
You're welcome.
she like while she's like thinking and talking, she's still like kind of twiddling with her hair, and it's just like,
From Miriam, I suppose I learned. I haven't really conversed with her all that much, but I suppose I learned that. Even the less than friendly people can be nice to know. From you, Ozen, I learned that good things can hurt. From Audrey, I learned that there are people with a lot of energy who are just rays of sunshine. I learned from...
well, it's everyone, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah, she'll like,
Chester, technically, but yeah.
oh yeah, she'll say,
yeah, but
I learned from Winchester what it feels like to have someone that causes a sensation familiar to what I assume having a sibling must be like.
oh,
You know, he does kind of have the quality about him.
He's
I wonder if that's what
everybody's hip
siblings
bro.
are like. Listen, he is my hip bro. But, Darcy just says, I wonder what it's like to have a sibling. That's a very good question, actually.
not the best.
Yeah, you would know. I was, only child. But anyway, wait, why am I saying that? It's not my turn to tell the truth.
No, it's fine. Plus, it's just kind of nice to know. I guess it tells that you trust us or something.
I suppose.
But yeah, it's your turn then, Effie.
Oh, who you gonna pick?
again, opening and closing mouth, like there's a thing on the forefront of her mind, and then her deciding against it as she instead thinks of something else and looks at the table, figuring out who to focus the question on.
You look conflicted there, Loss. I was saying you look conflicted.
Oh no, I'm just thinking. Perhaps the rest of you can continue the game. I think I'm going to focus on my cake.
She says she takes a scoop.
Ozone will check on Effie to make sure she's okay.
Darcy's just gonna say, yeah, you sure?
Nods her head with a spoonful of cake. Also for Ozen, is that an insight check?
Yeah,
I would-
insight chat.
Yeah, Darcy's also gonna look into her if he can. Can Darcy also look into her?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Insight.
She seems fine, I
Starts
guess.
winning again. Oh my
Oh
god.
man, my rolls.
Yeah, you can't figure anything wrong with her. You just figure she's ready, hungry for cake.
Well, alright then,
Well, by all means, enjoy yourself. But do you want to pass off your turn to someone else?
Sure. And you can go next.
let's be fair, guys, because this could go on for hours. We will assume the truth or dare's over with for the time being.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll say a bunch of random back and forth happened.
Yeah, well, like a random stuff happens because this could go on forever.
Darcy
Yeah.
ends up stealing an elephant by the end of the night. And I mean,
Oh,
like an
fucking
actual
hell.
elephant.
Well, actually, you know, this brings up a good point because, like, while I would love to like carry on, Nick was supposed to talk to me about world information.
Yeah, that's okay. If it can't happen tonight,
Oh, trust me.
tomorrow as well.
If
Tomorrow's
possible, it would be nice if it happened tonight. That way, I would have plenty of time to plan anything that might be of
Well,
particular importance.
To be fair, we can just call her quits, and you guys can talk about your world info. So.
We also need to actually figure out what we're doing for the 5 months, though, off at some point.
You guys got literally a little campsite called the Stormbird Campfire Site, literally for that purpose.
Yeah, but it's much more fun when it's in person.
That is true, but we can always
Not
pick
everybody's-
it up another week. You got a month before we pick this game.
Yeah, no, I'm not worried about it at the moment, but I'm just like...
True.
Anyway, interesting. Very interesting conversation.